I know you can't understand me, but put down the stapler or I will electrocute you.
Did you just talk?
Whoa. Did you just understand me?
Hi, howdy, hello, and welcome to Movie Night at every Pokemon episode ever podcast. That's right, we have hit the magical time of Christmas, and we are getting ready to give you possibly the biggest treat under your tree. Because if you clicked on this podcast, you know we are finally reviewing Detective Pikachu, and we are excited to do it. I had never seen the movie, so joining me on this jolly, festive, whatever the fuck, this Pokemon acid trip almost, is my partner in crime and my favorite gumshoe, Professor Chris G. How in the world are you doing after that hour and a half intro?
I am dying. Oh, I'm sure people heard me kind of snicker over on the side for a second. But I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Kind
Merry
of, kind of,
Christmas.
kind of lost track of what we were doing for a second.
You're like, well, I made it this far. I might as well just keep going. Keep going. there's,
If I,
there's the sun at the end of the tunnel.
if I keep moving forward, I'll run into something.
But how are you doing? Merry Christmas. I mean, I know it's only November for us, but Merry Christmas, Doug.
I refuse to acknowledge that until at least December. I refuse. There's radio stations around here that have already started hitting Christmas music, and I'm sick of it already.
Oh, bro. I saw this meme yesterday, and we're recording this on November 1st. At least this part one segment we're recording on November 1st. And I saw yesterday, it was a picture of Mariah Carey, and it was a picture of her like with ice around her. And it showed that the ice was thawing out, and the caption was, "Hurry, she's already thawing out."
I was talking to a friend, and because she was like, "Oh, whatever. I think is it still 93.9 or whatever."
Yes.
And she's like, "The second song I heard on the way home was Mariah Carey," and I said, "Of course it was."
Of course. She doesn't go away until New Year's.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we're finally here, bro. We are here. We have made it to the start of Detective Pikachu, and I do want to. This this will be on both the free feed and the Patreon version, but that the announcement, that I'm about to make, but um, we're recording this movie in two parts, so we're not like it's November 1st right now. By the time this movie ends, it is not going to be November 1st anymore. It's going to be, I believe, November 8th is when we're recording the second half. And if you're listening to this on the free feed, you're only getting the first 54 minutes of this movie review on the free feed. To hear the entire review, you are going to have to go on Patreon. But we didn't want to cheapen out on all of you on your annual Christmas movie review that we have been doing. This is our third year doing a Christmas review movie, bro.
We did the movie
We
first
did.
year.
Yeah, we did YouTube. We've done. I couldn't even go back and tell you all. We did Coco. I don't think
Did
Coco.
Coco
I don't think Coco
wasn't
wasn't a Christmas movie, but let's see.
No, that just happened in real time, and you're like, well, this is just coming out.
Yes. So let's see. I can actually tell you right now. So for our first year we did bum bum bum. We did Mewtwo Strikes Back.
Hmm.
So that or no. We did Pokemon the movie I Choose You as the very first one. So we did that one, and then we did Mewtwo Strikes Back the following year. Yep.
Oh, that's right, because you were like, this is like kind of a continuation of the story, and we're like, yeah, it works.
Yeah. So in August we released Pokemon the first movie, and if I scroll a little bit further up, what was the Chris? We did Mewtwo Returns as our Christmas
Hmm.
special in 2021, and now you're getting Detective Pikachu. So
Lord knows what we're gonna do next year.
yeah, there's a million Pokemon movies, so I'm sure we'll find something. But yeah, hopefully, I mean, maybe next year we'll have Detective Pikachu too. I mean, they haven't announced it yet, but maybe we will. Who knows?
They haven't announced it yet. I think the game has to get a little bit more traction before they start. You know, Ryan Reynolds is a busy man.
Very, very busy. I'm sure he's in the middle of doing uh, Deadpool at this very moment. But as of today, that I'm recording, I know it's already out for everyone that's listening to this. But we are 17 days away from the release of the next generation of Pokemon for Scarlet and Violet. So
Ooh,
I am really, really intrigued to see how this open world Pokemon game is really going to be. So I'm very excited. It's already paid for. I just got to go to GameStop and go and pick it up. But yeah, I'm thoroughly ready for this movie. I mean, not movie, for this video. So, but yeah, a little background on this movie. So we're doing Pokemon Detective Pikachu, and I'm gonna be 100% honest. I have a copy of this Detective Pikachu game. I never beat it. The game was not my cup of tea. The movie is the shit, but the video game itself, it was not one of my more favorite Pokemon games. I guess it had its own audience,
yes,
and
because we were we were speaking with Grant. I believe this was off mic.
yes,
He was like, "Oh, you should look into the game. It'll give you, you know, kind of give you like a lay of the land." And you're like, "Well, I have it." You were like, "But I've only gotten a couple hours in."
yeah. Um, it just it like I said, it was not my it was not my favorite Pokemon game by any means at all. So we will we'll see how this second one is going to be. Hopefully I mean it is coming out for the Nintendo Switch, and it'll have a lot better graphics, and they're going to go full strong with this game. And I'll buy it. It's a Pokemon game, and I'll buy it. But we again, we'll see how this one is, because I'm sure this is going to be either the make or break whether they're going to continue this series or not. This billion-dollar
Exactly.
Pokemon company. I mean, God forbid they spend $1 million on a game that doesn't get over well with everybody.
Yeah, well, that's never happened. So
Yeah, there are many, many, many Pokemon games that have actually never made it to the U.S. because of how much it's flunked. I am a fan only because my daughter is able to play this game. But do you know they have a Pokemon game dedicated around Magikarp for your cell phone?
But you do.
I have the description right here. It
Ah,
says, you can raise the ultimate Pokemon. What is this world coming to? It's a Pokemon game all about the weakest Pokemon ever, Magikarp. Anyone can play this simple game in their spare time to create the most majestic Magikarp ever in this official Pokemon app. What kind of Pokemon is Magikarp? It's famous for being pathetically weak,
Jesus
unreliable,
Christ.
and generally useless. It can't learn any powerful moves. All it does is flop around and splash. When it flops, it's way too high in the sky. It's sometimes snagged by the bird Pokemon Pidgeotto. Never to be seen again. And then it ends it by saying, many surprises lie in store for this pathetic Pokemon, but don't worry, it'll just keep on jumping until it can't jump anymore.
Wow.
What kind of game is this? Simple controls let anyone easily raise many generations of Magikarp. Tap the food that appears on the screen to feed your Magikarp, or have it complete training to increase its jump power. This sounds like a Tamagotchi, but Magikarp.
A little bit, yeah.
But my daughter loves this game. God,
But
does she love
it also sounds like a good toilet break game.
it? Yes. But I guess we can get ready to get into this movie. This movie came out in, let's see, it came out May 3rd, 2019 in Japan, and May 10th, 2019. So only a week's difference, bro,
Ooh, yeah.
between the release of this movie. So what I have to say is this movie was made in English. Why couldn't it just be released in Japan and the United States at the same time?
Um,
Because for some reason we got the DVD before Japan did.
the best answer I can give you is it's the same reason that movies premiere here first, like a week to maybe even a month before they go to England.
Gotcha.
And I don't know why that is. I just know it happens because I listen to a lot of podcasts from like English hosts, and they're like, "Yeah, we haven't seen the new Marvel movie yet. We're not going to get that for another week."
Yeah, well, I mean, it was kind of like that with this Black Adam movie. I ended up watching it. Really good movie. Liked it.
Is it on streaming yet?
I can nor I can't or actually
Okay,
streaming
is it?
streaming yes you can stream
That's not what I meant. You know it.
it. I know
I meant, I
I
meant,
know
I
this.
meant, is it on HBO Max yet?
No.
Okay.
um
No, I realize who I'm talking to.
yes, and our audience knows what we're talking about. Wink wink. Yes, you can.
Motherfucker said wink, wink.
So I'm looking over this, and something is, I mean, I guess ratings mean different things in different countries, but apparently um this movie, when it came out in Japan, was rated G, and when it was
Oh,
in Quebec, it's rated G. Germany, it's rated 6 and above, and everywhere else it was PG. United States, Great Britain, Ireland, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand all got the PG rating, but Germany got 6 and up, and Quebec, Canada, and Japan both got G rating. movies for this movie. I'm shocked.
That seems about right. I mean, there's a bit of like, I got a few chuckles out of it.
Yeah.
There was a couple moments where I kind of raised an eyebrow, but like, yeah.
and I'm sure we're gonna go over those parts where we're gonna raise an eyebrow. Maybe at the beginning of the movie with Kubo. That was funny.
I mean, I wouldn't say if this movie had gotten a PG-13, I think I would have been surprised.
Yeah, same here. But the description for this movie is Detective Pikachu is a live-action Pokemon movie focused on the character Detective Pikachu, who was first introduced in the Nintendo 3DS game of the same name. It was released in Japan in theaters on May 3rd, 2019, and here in America on May 10th, 2019. And the film was produced by Legendary Entertainment and distributed by Warner Bros. Outside of Japan and mainland China, where it was distributed by Toho and Legendary East, respectively. It goes on to say the movie was first revealed in July 2016. Filming took place in London. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. From January to May. So it only took 5 months to make this movie. It says,
well, now, wait a minute. It took 5 months to film it.
Yes, to film it. Yes. The logo and title were revealed during the opening ceremony of the 2018 World Championships for Pokemon on August 24th, 2018. And it says, this is the ending, everybody. It says, directed by Rob Letterman, Detective Pikachu is the first live-action film in the Pokemon franchise, in addition to CGI animated Pokemon. The movie features Ryan Reynolds as voice of Detective Pikachu, Justin Smith as Tim Goodman, and Catherine Newton as Lucy Stevens. So that is your background into this movie before we do jump in. And this movie has a lot of mainstream actors in this movie that I didn't even realize were as mainstream as they are before actually looking at the IMDb for this movie.
Yeah, a couple times watching it, I was like, "Oh, it's that guy."
Yeah,
that I know from like two other things, or I had to pause the movie a couple times because it was bothering me, and I was like, I can't get past it. Like, I know this guy. Where do I know this guy from?
Like Catherine Newton. It took me aback just a little bit. I was like, where do I know her from? I was like, I know her. I was like, she's in freaking Ant-Man. And I was like, that's the girl from Ant-Man. So it took me a second.
Is it?
Yeah, that's her.
What?
Yeah. Her most famous movie. She was also in the Avengers movie. So we also have Ryan Reynolds, who is the star of the movie. Justice Smith, who plays the main character boy in the movie. We have Bill Nye, Ken. I'm going to butcher his last name, and I'm sorry, everybody. Watanabe, Ken Watanabe. We have Chris
Watanabe, I think.
Yeah, Chris Gere, and one that I'm able to pronounce, Rita Ora, music singer Rita Ora plays Dr. Anne Laurent in this movie, and then our main character's best friend Jack is played by none other than comedian Karen Sony. So, yeah,
he was the biggest one of. I know him from this and this and this and this.
Yes, he has a list of stuff, but very, very big comedian. But all right, are you ready to jump on into this movie, bro? We got 54 minutes to get through. So I think nothing's better than the present for starting this movie.
And I'm excited to talk about it because, and we're like you said, and I'm going to hold you to it. We're not going to go line by line, scene by scene. Well, I mean, scene by scene, yes, but we're not going to go, sentence by sentence. And a lot of the dialogue is happening as action is happening, so there's not a lot of
Just
I honestly think
there's not a lot of slow dialogue.
I honestly think this is going to go quicker. You might roll your eyes. I honestly think this is going to go a little quicker than a regular Pokemon episode.
Yeah, and it should. I mean, for the type of movie that this is, I will be very, very, very shocked if it takes us 2 hours to get through the first hour of this movie. But what have me say that now?
Cut to 11:30. How the fuck are we just now finishing?
So we will see. But yes, are you ready to dive on in, bro?
I am ready. Yes.
All right. So we are starting this movie, and we're starting this movie, if you're watching it with us, at 1 minute and 15 seconds, because the first minute is just all the titles and everything for who helped make this movie. So we just finished the Pokemon Detective Pikachu title screen, and we're looking now at a laboratory in the middle of nowhere, and we're going.
How did you feel? How did you? And I hate to stop us already. How did you feel about them just putting the title just up there like that?
Kind of mediocre a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I felt like the type of movie that this is, like it could have gotten the dun 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 and then got the nice little Pokemon Detective Pikachu logo, but the logo was literally just very small letters right in the middle, and then it just fades away. And it's like you bought a ticket to this movie. You know what you're watching.
I had to rewind it. I was like, did they just throw the movie in there like it was just like a production logo or something?
Dude, the production got bigger writings than the actual title of the movie.
You got to know where it's from.
Yeah, Warner Bros. There, Warner Bros. Made Detective Pikachu. So, but we are inside of the laboratory now. We see a bunch of scientists walking around, and we see a big capsule. If you're not watching this, think of the capsule that Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z was in when he is healing. But they turn it on, and immediately you are thrown into, okay, shit's going to go down. This is Mewtwo in 3D form, and what Mewtwo would look like if Mewtwo was in the world today. So we get a full view of Mewtwo inside of this capsule that is filled with water, and it opens its eyes. And then from there, we are thrown completely into the outside hallway, and there's explosions everywhere. Someone is running over to their car. Mewtwo is like, they're outside. And this car just starts speeding down the road, and it's like, oh, I'm getting a mess out of here. And you just hear a whole bunch of commotion going around, and they're like, code red, code red. And there's a woman like, we're losing power. We're losing power in the containment chamber. Somebody help. And Mewtwo is just using its power and just blowing up all sorts of computers, everything that's inside of this office, and there's just explosions everywhere. Mewtwo busts out of the busts right out of this little capsule and flies out of the top of this building as a car is driving down the road, and Mewtwo looks just so evil, and he sees this car getting away, and we don't know who's in this car, but he starts racing and the car is just speeding. And the car notices that Mewtwo is right behind it, but it's all over the road and it's trying to get out of here, but it's no match because as the car is getting ready to cross over this bridge, Mewtwo goes down and all of a sudden you just see a big boom and the car is flipped off of the bridge over into the side of the building, and that's it. That is the beginning of this movie. Doug.
That's what you're getting. Is you're getting like your first handful of popcorn, your first pull on your mega soda. Get this huge like breakneck action sequence that lasts,
A minute and a half.
I was gonna say just over a minute and a half, and then you're immediately treated with a blackout, and then you go, oh god, what's gonna happen? And then you're plopped right in the middle of this bright sunny day. You see a couple Pidgeys fly by the screen.
A Pidgeot does too.
It's this picturesque field, and you're getting ever closer, and you're on like a country road. You see some toros on a farm, and
those Pokemon, Doug, real quick, because this was after you had finished watching Pokemon. I have a list of the Pokemon. Those are Buffalins behind the fence.
Oh,
yes, those are newer Pokemon. They're like Tauros, but they're a lot hairier.
I see.
But yes, you can continue, bro.
So we go and see a bunch of I'm assuming Pidgeys.
Yeah, they're Pidgeys, Pidgeotos, and Pidgeots flying in a flock.
And we get our first bit of dialogue as two male characters are kind of briskly walking in a forest, and one of them says, "You hear that?" And something's close, and like they're in like super sleuth mode, and one guy's like, "My heart is pounding," and they're like, they're hot on something's trail, and you can hear kind of moans and squawks in the distance, and then they hit the dust, and then all of a sudden, Cubone is shown in the middle of a field, just wailing. Very similar to how Cubone was introduced in the anime.
Just crying.
And he is just not having a good day. And a character who we find out is Tim. He looks up and he goes, "Cubone?" And and we just hear Cubone's just wailing, and he looks over at his partner and he says,
He's like,
"We're not catching you a Pokemon, are we?"
He's like, "What?" He's like, "Tell me you didn't plan this, Jack." And he's like, "Jack, tell me you didn't plan this." And his friend's like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "How dare you?" Okay, of course not. He's like, "You know what? All right, fine. Maybe a little bit. Maybe I did plan this just a little bit." And Tim just gets mad, and he just gets up and starts walking away. He's like, "There was a full moon last night, and my mom heard it crying its eyes out. Come on, she thought I was having a nightmare, so she brought me a glass of warm milk." He's like, Tim is just out of it. So I'm not going to go word for word, but Tim basically goes, he's like, "Dude, I thought this was going to be like the good old days. I have a job now." He's like, "I can't really care for a Pokemon, and I don't want a Pokemon." And his friend Jack is just like, he's like, "Dude, but look at the Cubone. Come on, look at it." He's like, "That is the perfect Pokemon for you." And Jack, Tim is like, he's like, "Jack, I'm not looking for a Pokemon, man. I've told you this for years." And Jack sits here and he's like, I've thought long and hard about this, okay? Water type is not for you. Neither is fire type. But Cubone, he's like, it's lonely. And no, Tim is like, it's a lonely Pokemon. And Jack is like, exactly. he's like, that is the perfect Pokemon for you. And Tim just sits there. He's like, well, thanks for the encouragement on this. And Jack goes and digs into his bag and brings out the first Pokeball that we see in the movie. And bro, and I want to throw this over to you for a second, Doug, because the way they made this Pokeball look, like that's a legit ball. Like if I'd be a happy Pokemon trainer if this shit was real.
I swear to God, because you said that's a legit ball, and I swear to God, you were going to say, and I know my way around balls.
Well, do you now, Doug?
Listen, what I do in the privacy of my own house.
But
it looks badass.
And they click the ball, and the ball just lights up. Like the details that they put into the Pokeball is just incredible.
I wonder if you could buy this as a nightlight.
You can. They have them.
No shit.
They have it like that, and they also have it as an alarm clock too. You remember Ash's Pokeball? Yeah.
That he broke.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
Oh, no shit.
At least these days, yes. You can buy this stuff straight off of Pokemon.com. But yes, not a sponsor. So Jack takes out the Pokeball and he hands it over to Tim. And Tim is like, just give me the damn ball. And Jack's like, yes. He's like, remember, catching a Pokemon is all about skill. So you can do this. And oh no, he said it doesn't take a lot of skill. And Tim just looks back and he's like, good pep talk. Jack is just over here. He's like, remember, it chooses you too. Make it want to be your partner. And Tim is just walking out into the field. Doug?
And Tim, he's approaching Cubone and he's like, hey, buddy, how you doing? And he's like, not a lot of people can pull off the skull of their dead relative, but you're rocking it. And Cubone, just turns around and Tim goes, oh, he didn't care for that. And
not at all.
And he kind of looks over at Jack like, are you going to come kind of bail me out of this? And Jack's like, you got to throw the ball. You got to throw it like a man. And he, Tim kind of like bounces it in his hand like a baseball, and he chucks it, and it makes a very satisfying sound. So yeah, I didn't really care for this part because, as the ball is coming towards Cubone tries to run away from it, which they don't usually do in the anime.
Not at all.
I'm not saying old Cubone had to volunteer himself to be caught, but don't run away from it because that makes it kind of seem like there's something shady going on. And these guys are kind of dumb because, and you immediately feel bad for Cubone because he gets sucked into the ball, for goodness sakes.
And
it rolls.
It's graphic the way that he gets sucked into the ball too. Like Cubone's like, no, and
wasn't ready.
I wasn't ready.
And that Pokeball has to do the roll towards camera like it does in the anime.
Yes.
And it goes in, and it's still lit up. Tim turns to I just
Jack.
lost his buddy's name.
Jack.
Tim turns. How the hell do you lose Jack? Tim turns to Jack and he's like, I did it. And like spiking the football at the 5-yard line, and Jack immediately is like, yeah. And Tim goes running up to pick up the ball, and he's like,
it's not green.
It's not green. And he turns around to Jack and he goes, it still hasn't turned green, Jack. Is that bad? And just immediately goes, "Run!" And Cubone explodes out of the ball, and he bashes his club against the ground. And Tim takes off running, and there's this really funny shot of Tim hauling ass running, and Cubone is still a Cubone, so it's still a little son of a gun. But Cubone is hauling ass, and
He's like, "Oh,
you
you
know,
want to catch me, huh? You want to catch me?"
and to paint a picture, Jack is in business attire. So he's got a long sleeve shirt and he's got like khaki pants, and I'm assuming dress shoes, but I'm hoping maybe tennis shoes. Um, see if I can get a shot of his shoes.
They're dress shoes.
Those are dress shoes,
They are dress
and
shoes.
he's running, and he keeps saying he's like, he didn't choose me, he didn't choose me, and Jack's like, I can see that, and he's like, I'm not his choice, and um, from Cubone's point of view, you see the bone being flung towards Tim's feet, and it explodes, and Tim just gets knocked up in the air like he's playing Mario. And he just lands with a thud, and and Jack's kind of like ew, and
Yeah.
Cubone's celebrating. He's like, I got him, I got him, I got the son of a bitch.
I felt so bad for Tim in this moment because he didn't even want this damn Cubone. He just wanted to go about his regular day, but no, Jack is like, no, go over there and get this Cubone. Go and get him. Go and get him
Tim's not worried about all that. He's got a job.
for real. Uh so so they're walking away after Cubone does the destructive um, boomerang attack, and they're just walking away. And Tim is like, he's like, man, I don't have time for this. I have a job. I have a job. And Jack is like, yeah, but you're lonely. He's like, listen, everyone we know has left town, and now I'm leaving too. And you're gonna be here all alone, and it just worries me because you're like my best friend. And um, Tim sits here. He's like, yeah, I know. He's like, but we'll do the best with the time that we have going as of right now. He's like, he's like, I'm crushing it at work. I'm gonna get a promotion real soon. And Jack is like, he's like, what's the promotion for an insurance appraiser? He's like, senior insurance appraiser. And he's
And
like,
Tim's like, no, that's actually 2 steps above where I'm at.
and he really wasn't looking for an answer. And he's like, you're gonna make me throw up. That's not a thing. And then all of a sudden we get a cell phone call. Doug.
Yes, because they've been out in the fields, and Tim goes, "Oh, I finally got service," and he goes, "Why would I have 5 voicemails?" He 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 picks up his phone to listen, and there's a pause, and um, Jack kind of goes, "Who is it?" And Tim puts his phone down, and he goes, "That's the Ryme City Police Department." And he says, "There's been an accident." And the next shot we see is him riding on a train, assuming assuming he's going to Ryme City, which we find out here in a couple seconds.
Yes. And he was sleeping on the train, and he has a newspaper, and the front article says detective dies in fiery crash fiery crash
Harry.
fiery crash. And he just looks so like depressed. And then all of a sudden we get a Lickitung, another Pokemon in this movie, and Lickitung walks right over to him, and Tim is like, "Oh, well, hi." And Lickitung takes his tongue out. He's like, "Please, please don't." And Lickitung takes his tongue and just licks licks his entire face, leaving a whole bunch of goo all over. He's like, thank you. You're very generous, Lickitung. And, and he takes
Very generous.
he starts wiping his face. He's like, anybody? No? Is this anybody's Lickitung? And then all of a sudden you just hear over the intercom, thank you for traveling with us. And then we see, oh no, it's not the intercom, it's a video that's playing on the screen right in front of them, and it's showing um a narrator that's going, he's like, throughout history Pokemon have been part of our world. And then you see a Charmander, you see a Squirtle, and then the narrator's like, early humans used to catch them and train them and use their unique powers for common good. And he's like, this relationship evolved into what we know, or what we refer to as Pokemon battles. Doug, you want to go over this next part of the scene where we see a trainer in the middle of a Pokemon tournament?
Yeah, so then we get um, kind of the closest thing we'd get to Ash in this movie. Not that we were shooting for him, but you see a trainer walking into a stadium, and he's facing down a female trainer with a Gyarados and an Arcanine. Yeah, I got those ones.
Yep.
You bastard. Just see you pushing up your glasses. Actually, those are Buffalo. Um, he throws out his Pokemon, and we don't see who he gets because that's not important, because they're talking about the development of the city. And they said it's all thanks to one man, and we see we see our first image of Howard Clifford.
Yes.
Um, gotta love a guy with two first names.
I have three.
And you do, you're special.
I'm very
Um,
special.
and we find out that he is the founder and chairman of Clifford Industries, and we see a big ass skyscraper, and we find out that he has been diagnosed with a rare degenerative disease,
Yes.
which is not something I could say at 11:30 at night. Um, and he resigned from the corporation to spend his time trying to find a cure. And we see him out in the wilderness with a herd of Totodile.
Yes.
One of my low key favorites. Um,
Really?
oh, big time.
Oh.
Love the little fella. Um, and we see a clip of him on a TV broadcast. He said the way I learned to improve was to evolve and become a better version of myself. And he says, I learned that working hand to hand with Pokemon. Then
So he
we,
created a whole city dedicated to
pardon me, and then we see um, his son Roger Clifford. Once again, two first names. Um, and he's very, even from the little clip of this, you can see he's very like hoity-toity and yes, and proper and yes, and spot of tea, and he's got his tie and his hair's nicely coiffed, and he
it.
says,
Just
"Yes, we've
very
decided to
proper.
share." He says, "We've decided to share this discovery with the world," and he's got this fake, like plastered on smile. And we cut back to Tim just kind of watching this, like he's half watching it, he's half looking out the window, and then we get the tagline of the video: "Ryme City, a place where Pokemon and humans can live side by side." And you know,
And he said, in this city, there are no battles, no trainers, and no Pokeballs are allowed in this town. So you literally live side by side with your Pokemon, and the Pokemon can roam wild and not have to worry about being caught in this town.
and we see the train I guess it's not a train, right? If it's going over a bridge.
It's very similar to. I mean, it's their version of a train. Yeah.
Yeah. We see a nice, like, bustling city, and and we see the see like the center of the city, and we see like this mass of humans and Pokemon, and like I've got it paused. I can see a Bulbasaur and a Dotrio and um
And Ivysaur, Charmander. Let's see. Who else is in this frame?
some birds Pokemon that are not really focused on, but
I see a Pancham.
mhm.
Let's see. I'm gonna continue. I see a. Oh, what is the name of that? That one's gonna bug me because I actually just caught this Pokemon. It's this scene has so many Pokemon. Okay, so
There's
that
so much going on.
yes,
I
it's just
mean,
it's like the New York of Pokemon.
oh yeah, bingo. This is like Times Square, and like you see like a Snorlax is asleep on a corner. You see a Machamp is directing traffic, and I actually think I got that right
Yes,
for like the first time in like months. And Tim is just kind of walking, and we see a cute little panda Pokemon, just so not climbing,
it's like
twirling
yeah.
down some bamboo, twirling. I was like, goddamn words. Um, and he's just got his backpack, and he's just know focused on where he's headed. Um, then we see a video clip of Squirtles fighting fire, and that was another moment of I saw it in a cartoon. Um,
Yeah.
and but this one you can see that they're like working side by side with human firefighters,
Yes.
and he was just kind of looking around, taking this all, and he's like, "Wow!" And
Yeah, I mean,
um,
he wants to take it in, and he wants to take it in a whole lot more, but he something's wrong with him. Like we don't really know. I mean, we know the police department called him, and then he was immediately on the train, but he's going and he's walking up to this building, and we see a whole bunch of Growlithes and some more Charmanders, and all of a sudden we are rushed into the office of H. Yoshida, who is the lieutenant of this police department, and we have a nice little snubble. Just,
he had a
just
nice. This was a nice little misdirect because like you see the nameplate, so you see Lieutenant H. Yoshida, and it pans up, and it's like there's a Snubble. It's like, is the Snubble the police chief? And like you pan over, and Tim's kind of thinking the same thing. Well, I mean, we know that Tim knows that there's somebody else, but like Tim at that point is the audience, and Snubble's kind of like, and then we finally see
lieutenant.
Yoshida come in. He shakes Tim's hand, and wishes condolences on Tim, um, for the. I mean, we find out
The
kind of
passing
in
of
the
his
same
father.
breath the passing of his father, and um, Tim's like, thank you, and like Tim's not really here for like meet people. Like he got the call to come to Ryne City. Is it Ryne or Rain?
Ryme City.
So he got the call, and he's like, I'm here. And um, you know, um, And he's like, your father just loved working with his partner. He's like his partner, and Yoshida's like his Pokemon. His Pokemon.
And it's at this point that he looks over and he's like, I'm sorry, we can continue this in just a second, but is your Pokemon mad at me? And he's like, Snubble? And he's like, yeah. He's like, he may look grumpy on the outside, but I assure you, he is adorable on the inside. And he goes to pet Snubble on the head, and Snubble just growls. He's like, "Did you just call me cute?" And just growls at him. And Yoshida takes his hand and he pulls it back. And he's like, "Yeah, yeah." He's like, um, Yoshida goes, he's like, "If you don't mind me asking, how come you don't have a Pokemon?" He's like, uh, he's like, I thought I remember Harry saying that you wanted to be a Pokemon trainer when you were young. And Tim is just like, yeah, well, that didn't really work out. I work in an insurance company now. So, and then Yoshida is like, yeah, I understand. But, Tim, please don't put this all on yourself. No one should go through this type of thing alone. He's like, if you are anything like your dad, he's like, I'm not. And that
Not
that
though.
it
I'm not.
so immediately we are thrown into that Tim has some type of resentment towards his father. So I mean, he's
Mhm.
here. His father's passed away. He's doing the right thing by coming over here. Obviously, his mom's not here, but immediately he's like, yeah, yeah, I'm nothing like my dad. And he's like, I was raised by my grandmother. Do you just have the keys to his apartment? I should wrap things up here and get on over there. And Yoshida's like, yeah, of course. He's like, here's his address. Tim is like, awesome. He's like, and then he's like, I can take you over there if you want me to. I'm very familiar with the area. Tim's like, nope, nope, all good, thank you. Thank you for the note and the keys. And he's getting ready to walk out, and Yoshida stops him one last time. He's like, Tim, and then he turns around. He's like, this job, it demands a lot, but you were on his mind every single day. He loved you more than anything else in this world. And then Tim just looks at him, looks up, looks around. He's like, it was nice to meet you, Lieutenant. And then he just walks out of the room. Doug, your thought?
Places to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, let the man leave the room. He knows what he's got to do,
He's grieving.
and
He doesn't know what to think about though. He
so we
it,
just see him. He's walking the
that's,
streets by himself, and he's just
oh,
kind
that's
of
a
the
that's a
hustle.
that's a Jotic. Sorry, I didn't realize that the first few times, but there was a Jotic that crawled up right behind him. You better not let that thing land on him.
Oh no, I think we just saw Joltik in one of the episodes the other day, didn't we? Or was
Yeah,
that another tick
no,
Pokemon?
no,
Yes, no, it was.
it was, it was. So you better not let that thing land on you. That thing will not let go. It's a tick
I don't
Pokemon
I don't even want to think what that would do in the real world.
for real. But
So
okay, continue. I'm on the part right now at 13 minutes and 1 second where we see a bunch of A palms on the side of a building.
I was a little ahead of that, but
Oh, sorry.
um you said 13.
Yeah, where he's walking up to the apartment.
Yeah, so he gets to the apartment, he's kind of looking around, and all of a sudden he spots a Psyduck standing outside of a cafe,
Kind of
and
looks like Misty's side up.
the sign says fresh coffee, and he's like, a weird duck just standing there. Psyduck's like, I don't want no trouble, and he walks back into the shadow, and Tim goes in the building, and he's He's getting ready. He was just gonna walk up the stairs, but decided to um knock on the glass of the reception area.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's the reception area, and there's a wild Treco just sitting on the window, just like not a care in the world. I think they made him a little too big for this scene, but
Ew.
oh, bless you.
Thank you.
But he there's a man in there and he's snoring away as he taps on the glass. The man kind of wakes up, but he's kind of delirious. But Tim turns around and immediately walks over to the mailbox where he opens it up and there's just a pile of mail and he does not take any of it. But then as he's closing it back, because he's not going to take any of the mail, there's Psyduck again, Doug.
Yes. And Psyduck's like, "What's up?" And Tim's like,
Are you trying to rob
Are you
me?
trying to rob me or just annoy me?" And you trying to put a little bit of bass in his voice. Psyduck's like, "Dude, chill." And um, and all of a sudden, from like the glare heading up the stairs, you hear a female voice say, "We need to talk." Tim's like, "I don't even know what's going on." And 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 then we hear the voice say, "I've been waiting to see you open up that mailbox."
And
She's like, "You have no idea what you're about to get into."
she's like, This is quite a long story. She's like, Stories like this spread far, and they're afraid of fear. But I don't fear fear. I walk the walk and I talk the talk. And she's like, I'm willing to do whatever it is to get the scoop. And that's the hard truth. I'm sorry, I had to laugh as she was saying saying this. So this we're being introduced to another character. We don't know her name as of yet, but she's walking.
We would if you didn't pause it.
Well, yes. Uh, she's like, Tim is like, I'm sorry. Who are you? And she's like, Lucy Stevens, reporter for CNM. And she's like, um, oh no, Tim is like, he's like, you seem kind of young for that. She's like, I work for the CNM blog, making Pokemon listicles all day. Okay, just trying to make. It's like top 10 cutest Pokemon. My grandma loves those.
Tim's like, "Oh, my grandma loves those."
Doug, you want to go?
So yeah, Tim's like, "Oh, my grandma loves those," and he goes, "Yeah, I bet she does." And here's a little secret: they're all freaking cute. And he's like, "I'm being wasted in the listicle department. I've got a nose for good story." And we kind of find out by proxy that Psyduck is hers. And Psyduck comes up and he's like, "Pay attention to me, pay attention to me. We go out. I gotta, And then she's like, "No, not right now. We'll go in a minute." And Tim's like, "Well, I gotta go." And
She's like, no, you don't.
she's like, "No, no, 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 no. I need to get you on record. And tell me everything you know about Harry Goldman, or not Goldman, Goodman."
Goodman. And
And
she immediately goes and she's like, car crashes and his body is gone and he is not to be seen. She's like, tell me everything. And Tim is like, he's like, I barely know the guy. I haven't seen him in years. And she's like, where's your Pokemon partner? He's like, I don't have one. Why does
if
everyone
one
keep
more person
asking?
asked me,
Why does everyone keep asking where my Pokemon is? And then as she's doing this, she's talking into a recorder, and she just looks over at Psyduck and she's like, loner, hiding something. And he's like, I'm gonna go. She's like, hey. She's like, I may be an unpaid intern, but I can smell a story. And he's like, and she's like, and I'm gonna find it. He's like, yeah, all right, you do
Luck
that.
with that.
And she's like, come on, Psyduck, let's go. And her and Psyduck just leave out of here. And this is where Tim walks up the stairs and he walks into his father's apartment, and he's immediately thrown off because he just gets the envision that I'm guessing that the apartment has not changed since he last saw it. And
Hmm.
all of a sudden, he hears on the TV, "Who is it? Hello?" He's like, "Snakes, I've got the stuff." And then he looks over and it's a detective movie playing on the TV. Do you know what movie that is? Because I take it that's a real movie that they were playing in the background.
Yeah, I would have to do some digging. It was on the screen for a couple seconds. I mean, long enough to get some dialogue. Um, but I mean, it fits the theme of the movie because obviously, we're about to get launched head first into a detective story. So to get a little bit of a hard boiled flick was a nice little wink and a nod to what we were about to get into.
Yep.
And Tim kind of makes a comment. He's like, still with the old detective movies I see.
So
And he takes off his backpack and he's walking around the apartment, and we see like all the accomplishments and the stuff, and
he got all these
um,
accomplishments, but couldn't be a good dad.
ooh.
Sorry.
And then we see a folder on his desk, and it's you know um talking about remains of
Ancient
ancient
Mew.
Mew found at the Ryme City dig site, and um and Tim picks up what looks to be in 2022. My first thought was, is that a vape? Eh, which
It
I hate, by the way.
yeah,
It kind of
no.
is, isn't it?
A little bit. It's like a vial. I'll call it a vial. So he picks up this little tiny vial, and it looks like it has like some type of purple concoction inside of it. And he's like, man, what is this? And he twists the cap, and not knowing what he's about to do, the purple mist that was on the inside of this capsule just sprays right into his face, and it starts making him cough, and it starts multiplying. And I guess once it gets activated in the air, it just starts spreading and just multiplying itself. And he Tim is just coughing. He's like, oh my gosh, where's the window, where's the window? And
There's the window.
he opens the window and he shakes the vial out of the window, and you can just see all the smoke just leaving the building. And there's a bunch of ape bombs that are on the outside of the building, and the ape bombs are they're just being very cute Pokemon. They're playing on top of the sign, but all of a sudden they inhale this purple concoction, and their eyes turn bright purple. And we go back inside of the apartment, and he's fanning it out. He's like, man, what the hell is this stuff? And he just walks away, and he walks into what looks to be his dad's bedroom. And the bed is unmade, and we see a picture of Tim sitting on the dresser. We see a letter, um, well, an envelope that says Tim. It has his name on it, and it looks like his dad was getting ready to send him a a birthday card, and on the inside of the card was a train ticket so he can come over to visit him. And the birthday card, he moves the ticket over, and the birthday card says, "Dear Tim, I can do better if you give me a chance. I will always have a place for you to stay. Happy birthday. Love, Dad." and he just reads it, and Tim is just shaking his head, and he's like, "Oh," and he gets a we go straight to a flashback of Tim as a kid, and his grandmother is telling him, "Your father will pick you up from this station." He's like, "I'm not going." He's like, "I don't want to go." And she's like, "This is home. I want to." Or no, he's like, "This is home. I want to stay here with you, Grandma." And so he has like bad memories, and he something happened when he was little, but we don't know yet. Doug,
So, he snaps out of it and he puts the card. Oh, he doesn't. He carries the card with him and he walks into, I think
his
what we can infer to be his room.
his room, his kid room.
And, kind of like you said earlier about um, the living area not being different from when he was there, kind of get the same impression that nothing in his room was changed because he kind of looks down or he sits down on the bed and he sees like all his like trophies and stuff.
And
And
he has a
then
whole bunch of Pokemon posters all over his room. Championship posters.
and and then we hear like a voiceover from him as a child. And he's like, "This is the most important day of my life." And um
We go to another flashback.
and then we see his grandma's like, "Your yes, but your mother had to go to the doctor real immediately. It couldn't wait." And then we see young Tim um, pull back the curtain of his window, and we see somebody running inside, and um, we see Tim at the foot of the stairs as a couple of people meet in the doorway, and they're hugging and crying, and uh, get like Tim gets hit with a wave of realization,
So
and
they're basically insinuating. I mean, because they don't outright say it in the movie, but you get the vibes that his mother had to go to the doctor, but she didn't make it. So she passed away. But it's not said that she passed away, but they're insinuating that she has passed away.
right, and you can kind of see that Tim's kind of having a moment is when you hear some floorboards creaking, has to like snap himself out of it. He's like wiping his eyes, like, "Who's there?" And he he's walking and he's calling out to nobody, which is I don't understand that.
Well, I
If
mean,
you're walking,
he heard something, and I mean, I've been guilty of it myself. Like I've heard like ramblings go on, but come to find out, it was just my dog, and just walking around, and I'm just walking out like who's there, and then all of a sudden my dog just comes, "Hey, it's me. I love you."
I'm sure it's worse with the cat because they don't give a shit about nothing.
Yeah, for real. They they really don't. For those of you that don't know, I recently just adopted a kitten, a 2-month-old kitten, and boy, um, I wasn't a fan of
Looking,
I wasn't a fan of cats. Um, I love this kitten because I mean she lives in our home now and she can be nice, but man, this cat can be a little asshole. Oh my gosh. But she can be cute when she wants to be, but man, this cat can be a little asshole. But all right, but yeah, Doug, back to the scene.
so Tim's calling out. He's like, "Who's there? What's going on?" And he's still kind of like rubbing shit out of his eye. And all of a sudden, we see movement, and we hear a crash, and we hear a very familiar voice say, "Oh, that's going to be a sprain." And he's like, and Tim grabs a. What's he grab?
A taser.
That's it. Okay, that's a taser.
Oh no no
And
no no! It's a stapler. It looked like a taser. No, it's a full blown stapler because he opens it up and he's like I have a stapler and I know how to use this, and he's just like clipping out the little staples, and we get like a little figure on the wall that looks very menacing. But as he gets closer, the we find out that it's Pikachu. Doug.
And he's like cocking the stapler and he's getting ready, and we just um you know we get our first shot of Pikachu, and Pikachu's in defense mode, so its ears are kind of in back, but then we get a we get a look at the hat, so immediately you're like, this is a Pikachu with personality.
Yes.
And Tim's like, it's a Pikachu, and
He's like, how did you get in here, little guy?
we hear the Pikachu with the voice of Ryan Reynolds, of course. Oh, jeez, come on, what are you doing? And he pulls himself up on a dresser, and
Just full blown. Pikachu thinks that all that Tim can hear is Pika 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 Pika. So he starts talking to Tim, and he's like, I know you can't understand me, but put down the stapler or I will electrocute you. And he
and he his tail.
points at his tail and points at him. I'm just like dying. I was like, Ryan Reynolds was the perfect person to play Pikachu.
And Tim immediately drops his stapler in shock, and he's like, "Did you just talk?"
He's like,
And
whoa, did you just understand me?
Tim's like backing up, and Pikachu's like, "No, that was heavy eye contact. You heard me."
He's like,
And
Tim is like, he's like, no, 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 I didn't. He's like, and Pikachu's like, oh my God, you understand me. And Tim is like, stop talking. He's like, stop. I have been so lonely. And Tim immediately goes, he's like, I'm going to throw up. And
I'm gonna throw up.
Pikachu's like, no, kid, I need your help. He's like, I'm definitely about to throw up. I'm in trouble.
And so he goes to the window to get some air, and that's when we get hit with our first Apom.
Yep, Apom.
Yeah, Apom. And Detective Pikachu's like, "Excuse me, Apom, we're having a conversation." And like this scene's going a million miles an hour, and if we try to break it down, we're gonna have a heart attack. So basically, Tim is trying to get his bearings because all of a sudden there's a talking Pikachu and a hat in his apartment.
And now
And
there's the Apom, and he thinks he's hallucinating and just going crazy. And Apom just looks like just mean. So everyone,
cracked out.
yeah, cracked out. So you remember about 3 or 4 minutes ago when he had the vial and he opened it up and he fanned it out of the window, and all the APOMs sniffed whatever the concoction was inside of that vial. Now, APOM is basically doped out of its mind and it's on the inside. And even Pikachu looked at him and was like, that APOM don't look right. And APOM just jumps up and just starts wrecking stuff and just throwing Tim all over the apartment. It's throwing papers all over the place. And Pikachu is like, "You want to bite him? Just scream." He's like, "We're playing charades." He's like, "Oh no, we're not playing charades." He's like,
Playing
"I'm
charades.
I'm gonna get a knife. I'm gonna find something else." He's like, "Eat this," and he takes some fruit and he's just throwing throwing it at the Apom, and Apom grabs one of the pieces of fruit and is just going wild. And Pikachu, and then all of a sudden, we get like two more APOMs just enter the apartment, and Pikachu's like, "Come on, kid!" And Tim is just trying to run out of the apartment, and as he's trying to run, then we get hit with like 6 or 7 more APOMs that are in the hallway. So Tim is like, "Oh shit!" So he goes and starts running up the stairs, and they're going like a million miles per hour. And Tim is following Pikachu, and Pikachu is like, come on, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. And they finally get to the roof of the building, And Pikachu's like, brilliant idea. You hold the door and I'll go get help. And the door door gets overpowered by all the Apom, and the Apom just uh, push the door down, and the door falls right on top of Tim. Poor Tim. And the Apoms are just running after Pikachu. And then all of a sudden, Tim gets up from the door because all the Apoms didn't realize that Tim was underneath the door, but now they do. And Tim literally, and I'm not even paraphrasing, goes, "Oh shit!" and he kicks open a fence, and he's like, "Help! Help! I'm being eaten alive!" Oh no,
Oh, that's Pikachu running
that's
along
that's
the
Pikachu.
rooftop. He's like, a man's being eaten alive. Help him. Oh, God, this is awful. This is the worst thing ever. And
This man is dying. And we're gonna find out later why Pikachu is not just electrocuting these fucking Apoms. But Doug, go ahead on the next part of this scene.
so basically, Tim's running for his life, and Pikachu's providing um, commentary, literal running commentary, because at one point, Tim gets stuck, so he has to, like,
Take his shirt
unbuckle
off.
his, take his shirt off, unbuckle his belt. He's running, and Pikachu's like, "Oh, they seem to be attracted to your nakedness," and like, "All right,
I do want to
these
say this
stairs."
line that just made me just die laughing. That I could just see Ryan Reynolds having to do like 50 million takes on this. He's like, "Oh, no one's coming. People are so insensitive." He's like, "Uh-oh, put your pants back on and run like the wind."
So they get to the top of this ladder, and he's like, "We're going down there," and it's a chute, a garbage chute, I guess. And Tim's like, "I'm not. This is as far as I go. I'm not going down there." And Pikachu's like, "All right, that's a good call. See how this plays out for you." And he bails, and Tim's like, "Oh shit." And Pikachu, before he jumps down the chute, goes, "I'll tell people you died a hero." And Tim's like, "Oh, I mean, he's right." And this is like something straight out of Looney Tunes. Tim's just and he lands in a dumpster, and Pikachu's just standing there completely fine. And he goes, "Way to stick the landing." And Tim's like, "Oh, shut up."
And
And
it's at this point that once he hits the ground, the Apom's effect goes away. So the Apom now look like regular Apom. And Tim is just running into the street, and he's like, "Look out! Run! Everybody, go, go, go! They're coming!" And Pikachu is like, "I think parents are gonna do you a lot of good right now because the Apom are being very friendly right now." One of the Apoms run over and gives him his pants, and Tim just shoos him away. But Tim is down here in a t-shirt and boxers in the middle of the city, and Pikachu is like, "Me? I don't wear underwear, you know. I'm not modest."
not modest. And then Tim stops a couple, and he's like, "Do you hear him talking?" And we get from their point of view, and we hear the Pikachu voice, and the woman's like, "Oh yeah, he's adorable, Pika Pika Pika." You get it, and
Right. And then Pikachu is like, they can't understand me, kid. He's like, "It's that stuff that I put up my nose." So now these people are looking at him and thinking that he's like a drug addict. He's like, "I put this stuff up my nose and now I can understand Pikachu." he's like, it was a gas, it was breathing gas. And he's like, "And I accidentally breathed it in." And the family that was just looking at the cute little Pikachu just walk away. They're like, yeah, this kid is all doped up." So they just
all
walk
doped up.
away. And
And
Pikachu is just like, he's like, "Unless you want a ticket to Hooves Go," he's like, no one, he's like, "I would stop telling people that you could hear me." And Tim is just freaking out. He's like, "Nobody can hear you." He's like, "This one right here." He's like, all they hear is Pika Pika." He's like, that's all that they're gonna hear. They pat me, they kiss me, they stick a finger on me. It's really gross.
It's
Doug?
really gross. And so, you know, he's like, this is destiny. And um, he's like, okay, first and foremost, why were you at my father's house? Um, and Pikachu stops. He's like, you were Harry's son? And um, Tim stops. And he's like, how do you know his name? And Pikachu takes off his hat, and um, he's got a label, and it says, if lost, return to, and then, we get Harry Goodson, and then we get the address, and he goes, that means you were his Pokemon partner. And Pikachu's like, I think we both need a coffee. You want a coffee? We should get a coffee.
We find out
And
that just like in the video game, that's one thing that they did translate from the video game over to the movie is that Pikachu is highly addicted to coffee. Favorite drink in the world.
stunts your growth.
Pikachu didn't have much to grow anyway.
That's very true.
So, all right. So from here, we go to the cafe, and the cafe is called Hi Hat Cafe. It's open 24/7, and they walk inside. So it looks like um, let's see. So Tim is talking to Pikachu, and Pikachu is like, I made my way to the apartment, and that's when I found you. And then we look over in the corner, and he's looking around, and we see a Jigglypuff is standing on a table, giving the performance of a lifetime. And the person that it's giving a performance to is dead asleep. And
Bittersweet.
Jigglypuff is like, did he just fall asleep? Urgh. And so you know what's about to happen next, but they don't show it. And Pikachu continues and is like, maybe Harry got in too deep. And Tim is like, deep into what? He's like, and Pikachu's like, in with the wrong crowd. And as this is going on, so you got to remember, so Tim is the only one that can hear Pikachu, and
Mm.
he looks around, and everyone around him is just staring at him because he's literally talking to Pikachu and having a conversation, and all everyone else can hear is Pika Pika, and Tim is hearing full blown like sentences from Pikachu. Doug,
So then he gets the, quite frankly, brilliant idea of taking his phone out of his pocket and he starts talking. And Pikachu's like, who you calling? And Tim's like, no one. And he just starts, talking to Pikachu basically through the phone. And Pikachu's sitting there like, I'm confused. Like, seriously just picked up a phone call in the middle of my conversation? And this is when Tim finally like has to like make eye contact with Pikachu, and he starts like asking questions. He's like, I just really want to know why I can understand you. And he's like, it's above my pay grade. And he's like, I told you earlier, I've got this amnesia and I can't remember a damn thing.
yeah,
He
you're talking
says
to a
darn, but
Pikachu. You're talking to a Pikachu with no memories, is what he says, who's addicted to caffeine.
and he's just housing that cup of coffee, and he does the cliche thing of tipping it over to make sure he got everything, um, and he's like, these are all choices. And he slides his cup over the counter, and he's like, I'd like another round, and we get a
Loli Colo.
Pikachu's like, no, we're meant to meet each other. I can feel it in my jellies. And I was like, what do you mean you can feel it in your jellies? And it's like, it's a thing. It's an instinct. And that's when Lulaco comes with another round of coffee, and Pikachu, he's just housing this, and it's got to be hot coffee, right?
Yeah.
And he's just doesn't give a mess about nothing. And you know, then that's when Tim drops the bomb. He's like, "Yeah, well, if you're waiting on Harry for your help, you're gonna be shit out of luck. Harry's dead." And Pikachu does a spit take, and no, he can't be dead. Um, and he's like, nope, you're wrong. Here, nope, here. And Tim's like, no, you don't understand me. He's legally dead. And this is when Pikachu's ears like go on its head, and he's like, did they find a body?
No.
And Tim's like, the fuck do you mean? Did he find a body?
And
And
Tim kind of just starts freaking out. He's like I'm not here to find my father. He's like I'm here to say goodbye. And Pikachu's like, hey, there's no one to say goodbye to. He's like, look, um, and Pikachu's like, or no, Pikachu is like, look, you can talk to humans, I can talk to Pokemon. He's like, we can talk to each other. This doesn't happen, kid. It it has to mean something. And Pikachu
and
is just going back and forth, and Tim is trying to step over him, and he's like, and that magic is called hope. And it's at that moment he's like, hope that Harry is still alive. He's like, we have to find him. And that one hit home with Tim, and he's like, "You feel it in your jellies, don't you?" And Tim just turns
and
around.
and this is when Pikachu. And this might be a little bit of a backtrack, but I think it's relevant. Pikachu drops a bomb. He's like, if I'm still up and moving around, that means Harry's still alive. And this is when Tim just kind of starts dismissing everything. And um, here's it, black and white. Here it is. Harry faked his death, and he does a dramatic turn, and Pikachu's tail smacks him right in the face. And then he's like, or somebody else faked Harry's death, and he's just going back and forth.
He's like
And
that last one didn't make any sense. but
and
but it's at this point. So yeah, it was a little bit of a backtrack, and then that and then after they were on the well, after Pikachu is on the taxi and saying that there's hope, that he's still alive, Tim is like, I can't believe I'm about to do this, but okay, I will meet you here tomorrow morning, at tomorrow morning, and I will help you. And Pikachu's like, great, and Pikachu just slides off the taxi and starts walking. And Tim is like, where are you going? He's like, to your apartment. And Tim is like, what? And Pikachu is like, you can sleep on the couch. He's like, I'm not gonna sleep on the couch. And they're walking walking back in through the door. And he's like, I just invited someone into my apartment. And he's like, I never do this. I'm not this type of Pokemon. And just Ryan Reynolds is just being just all sorts of dramatic. And we go into the apartment, and we look inside, and we see Pikachu going through a bunch of Tim's old stuff inside of Tim's room, and he's actually going through some first edition Pokemon cards, which is what caught my eye, because he's just flipping through all these nice first edition Pokemon cards from his childhood.
and basically, um, he was like, yeah, he wanted me to live here when I was a kid, so he made it. He made this my room, and he never touched it. And Pikachu's like, should we talk about the fact that your childhood bed's a Pikachu bed? Tim's like, that's just a coincidence. and Pikachu's like, I couldn't hear you. I'm gonna need you to speak up. And his ears do the exact same thing that the bed's doing. And Pikachu's like, this is I've never been so flattered. I don't know what to say. And um,
He's like, "Are you gonna make me your lampshade?"
you're gonna make me into a lampshade. Yeah, that one's good. And Tim's like, oh, you keep it up. I just might. And,
And Peach is like, "You love Pokemon," and he's like, "No." He's like, "Yeah, yeah, you do." And Tim's like, "That was a long time ago before when my father spent more time with Pokemon than his own son,
ooh,
just a burn." He's like, "Yeah, blame it on your dad." And he's like, "What about this? There's a picture of her all over this apartment." And it's like she's obviously connected to Harry. And he's like, she could be a lead. And he's like, no, she's not. And he's like,
like that's my mom. She died when I was 11. And Pikachu's like, oh, damn.
yeah. And he's like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. And Tim just looks around. He's like, he's like, tomorrow I'm gonna take you to Yoshida so we can get answers. He's like, until then, I'm gonna go to sleep. And he just closes the door. Pikachu kind of looks a little somber. And then it's finally morning. We get some Jotek on a power line, and I wanna point out that the name of this apartment building is Oak. I just realized that right
Oh,
now. So
didn't catch.
yeah, the
Oh,
sign
yep, yep.
the sign on the outside of the building does say Oak, and just a little nod to Professor Oak. And then we go, and Tim is changing into some clean clothes, and he found his dad's leather jacket, and he's like, "Oh, I look nice, so cool in this." And then Doug, I'm gonna have you take over this next part because Pikachu has stayed up all night drinking coffee and has made a mess inside of the living room.
So Tim walks into the living room, and Pikachu has got the whole thing covered in just files and sorted papers, and later we find out cups. And Tim's like, "What the heck is going on?" And Pikachu's like, "This is my work. This is you know a visual learner. I have to see things in front of me. I have to spread it out. It helps me think." And you know, we can't go to the cops like you said because we don't know who we can trust yet. And
And boy, do they not know
so,
who they can trust.
if you could be so kind as to put my clues back in the order you found them. And he's like, this isn't work. This is the behavior of a serial killer. And this is when Pikachu kind of backpedals. He's like, they're almost clues. And,
And
and
Pikachu is like, he's like, here, smell my finger.
I'm not going to smell your finger.
Yeah, he's like, I would never
And
smell your finger. He's like, coward.
and and he has a little bit of a jolt of it, and then he's like, "This is that R stuff," and this is the first time we get like a name for it. And
Because you can finally see
uh,
the R because it's daylight now.
right, because and anybody that knows anything about Pokemon knows that R, what that R represents. Um, and Pikachu's like, ah, yes, La Cucaracha, and basically every step that Pikachu's taken throughout the mess of papers and stuff, he's picking up like stray paper cups, and he's finding them empty because, as you stated, he's been up all night drinking coffee as he's been working on this, and like, yes, we've got to find the kingpin because everything has been kept on the hush hush, and
Yeah,
Um,
he's like, we're gonna need to start forcing our kingpin to send goons to deliver the hush hush.
and
He's like,
um, and Tim's looking around and he picks up a paper where it's talking about a parade um and then that's when Tim is reminded of the reporter whose name I have forgotten.
Lucy.
Lucy. And he's like, I just met her the other day. She works for CNM and you know, coincidence. And um he does make sure that to say that she's a junior reporter, which I thought was unnecessary. Um
He's like, she was doing some story on Harry, and she knows more than I think she knows more than what she's let on. And Pikachu is like, oh, he's like, we got to get her to work. And he's like, that's a metaphor. I know what a metaphor is.
and Pikachu goes up to climb on top of Tim like Pikachu in the anime does to Ash, and Tim's not having it.
No.
Like, no, we're not doing that. And Pikachu's like, fine, that's fine. I'll walk. I'm trying to get 100,000 steps in today anyway. And we fade out, and we're see a
We're at,
shot of the city, and
and now we're going to where the chairman of Clifford Enterprises is.
we hear a little bit of sting of the intro. I thought was a nice touch.
Yep.
And we see that um, the Cliffords are shooting a commercial.
And there one of the reporter guys, he's like, together in the spirit of harmony, we're throwing the largest parade that Ryme City has ever seen, and you won't want to miss it. He's like, so at the weekend we invite the people and the Pokemon to be there, a celebration of harmony between humans and Pokemon. And then we go over to where Tim is. And I don't know how Tim got all the way up into this building without credentials, but um, we're 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 not here to ask all these questions. We're just here to review the movie. Um, but he's up there. We get a shot of a Squirtle and a Ditto on the side, and the reporter is just going off as soon as the cameras are off, and he's like, this is horrible. He's like, gosh. And we soon find out that wait it oh he's like yeah, Roger. The other guy that he's sitting with is like, Roger, please, this is supposed to be a gift to the citizens. So we find out that this is where Roger is. Roger is the son of of
Howard.
yeah, of Howard, and that we saw at the beginning of this movie during that presentation. And Roger's like, visionary icon, really? He's like, was the savior of the world taken? And Howard is like, it was your people who wrote the promos, son. And Roger is like, he's like, is there an unabridged version where you cure cancer? So we find out that that's what Howard has, because his son is sitting there throwing it right into his face. And Howard kind of turns his chair around, and Roger's like, "Yeah, that's right. Turn your back to me like you always did." And Howard just takes his motorized wheelchair and just swoops away. And then he picks up his Ditto, and Roger's like, "Yeah, nobody likes your Ditto anyway." And then we go over to Tim, and Tim's like,
Did you not catch the Ditto turning into a human?
"No, I didn't."
Yeah, that
I thought he had grabbed the Ditto. His Ditto
oh
turned into a human.
the Ditto turns into a human. We find out that the Ditto is basically his assistant.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't care for that. 'Cause if Ditto could turn into people,
I guess Ditto can
Well,
technically turn into anything, can't it?
didn't the show didn't Ditto have to mimic Misty and Ash at some point?
Yes, it did. And
Yeah.
and Misty and Ash didn't have the right eyes.
So I guess I guess it can, which is still creepy.
I just don't like how many you got an octillery and then a rowlette just floating around in the background of this scene. Just no care in the world. Like, how can octillery last this long without water? I would never understand that. But Tim finds Lucy, and Pikachu is like, "Oh, okay." He's like, I wasn't that excited." He, and then um, all of a sudden you hear Lucy go, "Mr. Clifford, I may have a story for you." He's like, "I've heard rumors of Pokemon attacking people." And then Pikachu is like, "Huh?" And Roger's like, "I'm sorry. We're not a tabloid, which means that we don't report on rumors, gossip, or hearsay." He's like, it's not news if it's not verified. And Roger puts on his sunglasses, just being all sophisticated like he can be. He's like, I want a story. Or you want a story? Find a source. And he just walks away. And then all of a sudden he's like a reasonable sense of fashion, and just walks off. And Lucy just looks defeated, like she's like, fuck. And as she's sighing in the corner, she notices Tim, and she's like, "Oh no!" I was about to say Triple H. Pikachu is like, "Dun dun dun! Here she comes. Look deep." And Lucy's like, "What are you doing here, Tim?" He's like, "Hey, again. This seems weird, but I actually need to ask you something." And she's like, "Now's not a good time." And he's like, "Yeah, I saw that. Sorry about that." And then Pikachu is just slurping its coffee, and and Pikachu's like, "Sorry, it's piping hot." Doug.
And she's like, ah, so you finally found a partner. And he's like, no, 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 not my partner, just a random Pikachu. Um, and he's like talking to Tim. He's like, oh, she can try to be cute, but she's not gonna break me. And she finds his I guess his spot like under his chin, like a dog. He starts just whacking his
She's
rear
like,
legs, and then she stops and he kind of snaps out of it. He goes, "What happened? Where am I?" And
I wanna throw out one line, Doug, right before we skip over this. Pikachu, as Pikachu is getting his chin rubbed in this spot, he goes, "Oh, sweet mother of Arceus, that feels so good."
oh, I didn't catch Arceus. I heard Sweet. I didn't. Okay, that's good. I didn't I didn't catch that.
Yeah, he's
They're
like,
just
"Oh,
throwing all these.
sweet mother of Arceus."
So, and then this is when Tim's like, "All right, we're here to do something, not have fucking tickle parties." And um, like I found this on Harry's desk. I almost choked to death on it, and she's like, "This is not here, Ixnay." And she's like, "In my office." And Pikachu's like, "Oh, we're going to her office." And
Because
her
that
office,
is like a corner closet.
yeah, I mean, it's like the back end of a closet. And Pikachu's like, "Oh, this is great. This is wonderful. This isn't an office. This is a coffin with pencils." That's a great line, by the way. Um, and then we see the Psyduck again, so we know. Well, we knew definitively because Psyduck followed her when they met in the hallway, and Pikachu and Psyduck have a moment. He's like, "Yeah, that's right. I can talk to him. He can talk to me. We're gifted." And he looks at Tim and goes, "You didn't tell me he had a Psyduck. These things explode at the fucking
They explode when they're stressed.
yeah, they explode when they're stranded. I mean, if we obviously know that if we've watched the anime,
Yes.
and he starts doing a Seinfeld line of "Serenity now, Serenity," kind of woosah woosah, and and Tim and Lucy are like kind of crawling all over each other. And then she's like, here's what I was looking for. And she has like 4 vials of the R stuff.
Yep,
And
Capsule R.
she's like, word on the street is there's an informant by the docks, and she's got like a map, and she's like, the docks are dangerous when you go by yourself. Pikachu's like, no, we didn't think of that. And Tim's like, well, we should probably go. This is getting awkward. So, um, and Pikachu's walking out the door, and he's like, have you ever talked to a woman before?
She did kind of give
Yeah.
him the signs that she's kind of attracted to him because when they were pressed up against each other, but Tim didn't make a move. But as he's walking out,
And
she does grab a piece of paper from his backpack.
and she also is basically eye fucking his ass on the way out as well.
No,
And
she was looking at Pikachu.
oh, she wasn't.
She was looking at Pikachu. This is a kid movie.
Is it? It's PG.
Yeah, it is PG.
And um, and then they're walking out of the alley, and Pikachu goes, "You know what you need? Shoulder saddle. Sure, somebody makes one."
For every 1,000 steps, I can just jump up on it.
He goes, every step for you is like 1,000 for me, and my lungs are the size of a grape. And Tim goes, for the last time, you're not my partner. And
And
he's like,
he's
fine, mentor, sensei, whatever you want to call me. Tim's like, nope, not doing that either. And
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 Pikachu kind of breaks it down. He's like, you don't need to literally talk to Pokemon for us to understand you. We understand like vibes.
and
And,
oh, I'm sorry.
and Pikachu's like, you just got to be open to the experience. And Tim's like, yeah, I'm not in for that.
And then as they're walking through this little alleyway, um, Pikachu is like, he's like silent but deadly. So Pikachu just farted, and he's like, apologies, my tummy's bad from all the coffee. And Tim is like, ew, get off of me. And and then all of a sudden we just see a Mr. Mime who looks creepy as hell in real life. Maybe Miss Ketchum doesn't have a thing for Pokemon. And
Yeah, not this Mr. Mime. This Mr. Mime ain't fucking nobody.
no, not at all. And Pikachu is like, he's like, it's a Mr. Mime. They're the worst. And you just see he's like, they're silent but annoying. He's like, and the Mr. Mime looks over at Pikachu and is trying to get back into its imaginary door. And Tim is like, does he recognize you? I think he recognizes you. And he's like, well, I was Harry's partner, so I would have been with him. And then he's like, Harry's informant is a Pokemon. Harry's informant is a Pokemon. And then they
Informant.
just, huh? Oh,
Informant.
informant is a Pokemon. And they're running over to Mr. Mime, and Mr. Mime is trying to run away, but he's like he's barely moving. And oh no, Tim's like Mr. Mime is barely moving, and Peach is like, don't tell him that. He's like,
Tell him that.
he's on a bike now, and he's trying to get away. He's trying to get away, and um, Tim jumps right in front of the bike, and he's like, stop! And Mr. Mime is acting as if he just crashed into Tim, and he's just falling onto the ground. And Pikachu's like, oh no, he's going down hard, Tim. He's going down. He's like,
Should have worn a helmet.
should have worn a helmet. He's like, I hope it makes sense. He's like, come on. And then all of a sudden, we just jump straight from that to the inside of the building where Mr. Mime had just walked out, and it's a storage unit. And they have Mr. Mime tied down to a chair. Or no, not tied down, but they have Mr. Mime just sitting on a chair, Doug.
And they're like, all right, good cop, bad cop. He's like, I'm not being bad cop. And Pikachu, grow some berries. Stand up straight. And they turn on the light, and he's like, listen up, Mime. Ways of making you talk or mime or whatever. Why was Harry Goodman here and what's going on with all the R? And Tim holds up one of the vials, and Pikachu's like, yep, a can, pushing, shoving. He's like, yeah, push people away, and I hate them for leaving. And Tim's like, no, the mime's telling you can shove it. And he's like, I can shove it. Sorry, we're switching roles. I'm bad cop.
And then Pikachu tries to jump up at Mr. Mime, but Mr. Mime has like a little block in front of it, so he falls. He's like, Mr. Mime has the ability to make invisible walls.
I've noticed that, Tim. I'm a Pokemon too. And Tim's like, look, the trick with Mr. Mime seems to be we need to get inside his head. And we see Mime is kind of kicking back in like a recliner. He's got like a cup of tea or something. And then Tim literally mimes like he's getting in the room with Mime. And he's like, yeah, yeah, I'm at your level, I'm in your space. What's going on? And Mime kind of looks at Pikachu like, what the fuck's this guy doing?
He's like,
And
you don't like this, do you? And Pikachu's like, what are you doing? And this is hilarious. I was dying, and my son was laughing so hard at this scene. He's like, that's a jug. He's like, no, you're pouring. And then he's literally imitating pouring gasoline on top of Mr. Mime. Doug?
and like, oh, you're pouring. Oh, this took a turn. Oh my god.
He's like,
Oh
you're
my god,
pouring
this went dark
gasoline
fast.
on it.
Oh my god. Oh, I like this very much. This is, every time Tim strikes a match, Mime takes his fingers, goes bink, and he's like, all right, this is the game we're playing. And Mime's got a little bit of confidence now, and Tim's like, oh, I can play this game, and he gets out of the room, and of course he bangs his head on the because he's not paying attention, and Mime's pissing himself. And he's like, oh, you think that's funny? You think that's funny? You're not going to think. And he's got like a trail of gasoline going out the door, and
He's poured the gasoline all on the floor and acted like he locked Mr. Mime inside of the room so Mr. Mime can't get out.
he's standing there and he's holding a match, and Mime like realizes it, and he's like, oh shit, okay, I'll cooperate. I get this. And like, oh, he's trying to tell you about the R, and he's like, the Mime, he's like, use your body words, tell us what's just speak. Like he's so pissed off, and
And he's like, circle house, moon house, moon house. He's like, enough with the games. Just say it. He's like, talk, you stupid mime.
like, he's like roundhouse. He's like, oh, the R came from the roundhouse, and Mime's like, oh, thank God somebody gets it. I'm not gonna die. And just to be a dick, Tim drops the match, and you hear the flame go whoosh, and Mime's like, oh fuck.
and we don't get to see Mr. Mime after that. I want an extended scene. I want to see Mr. Mime just like start climbing imaginary stairs trying to get away from the fucking fire. Or
And then
Tim taking some water and just throwing it on the water or on the fire.
he couldn't use water because that's a gas fire at this point.
Oh, that is.
It's just gonna make it spread. You
But
need what you call it, an extinguisher.
yeah,
You
a
need
fire
foam.
extinguisher. So we go straight from that to what Mr. Mime was talking about. So the roundhouse, and we find out that the roundhouse is basically an underground Pokemon club. And not only
It's
is
a fight club.
it's a fight club slash dance club because you see a bunch of people dancing. You have a bunch of Loudred. being used as bass as you have a DJ and the DJ is talking and you got Gengar flying around, and then we get a close up of Tim going over to where the Pokemon cage is, and there's a Blastoise fighting a Gengar.
What was when the show, the first episode of the show? Who's fighting? It's Gengar and who?
Nidorino.
Oh damn! I was gonna say, is that a nod to the? No, if it's okay. Damn.
It should have
Why would
been.
you go halfway? Why
No,
wouldn't you
no.
do?
Actually, I believe one version of the game, I think it was either red or blue. I think blue version had Blastoise and Gengar, and red version had Nidorino and Gengar.
Oh, but
Gengar was in both.
I'm talking. What's Ash watching?
Ash is watching the Nidorino version.
Okay. So it's a nod to
It's a
the
nod
version
to
of the
the
game.
yeah, one of the versions of the game. Yes.
I'll take that.
So, but we see them fighting in this underground fight club, and Tim is like, he's like, I didn't know they had Pokemon battles in Ryme City, and Pikachu's like, they're not supposed to, but they're literally battling, and you see Gengar using its Shadow Ball, and Blastoise is using its Hydro Pump, but it can't keep up with Gengar because Gengar is using what's the name of that move, Doug, where it motion kills
Um.
itself?
Oh, that's not Mimic, is it?
No, it's not Mimic. Well, Gengar makes I can't think of the name of the move, but Gengar makes like 8 or 9 versions of itself surrounding. It's gonna come to me as soon as we're done recording this too.
Yeah, because I know what you're talking about.
But Blastoise goes right into its shell and uses its hydro pump through its shell to extinguish out all those mimicked Gengar. And then from there, we we see this woman. We see a woman who
He's
is,
cosplaying as Men in Black.
yeah. And she goes straight over to her cell phone because she notices Tim, and she starts typing, the kid is here and he's with the Pikachu. And then we go back to Tim, and he's like, I think they're giving out traces of the R. And then all of a sudden the DJ looks down and notices Pikachu on the inside, on the side of the DJ realm, and the DJ's like, "Oh, hey, Pikachu's partner, don't go." And and the DJ's just running down. He's like, "I think someone just saw us." And Pikachu's like, "I'd like to see this guy's internet search history."
Like that line.
And this guy is like, "Hey, who are you?" And Pikachu's like, let's see where this goes. Tell him you're my new partner. And Tim is
I'm his
like,
new partner.
yeah, Tim is like, I'm his new partner. He's like, well, that Pikachu's Thunderbolt almost wrecked my prize Charizard. And he's like, last time he was here. And all of a sudden we get a very, very like evil, like looking Charizard. Like Charizard would scare them. They really made Charizard a rated G version in the TV show because this Charizard scared my daughter. Uh,
Right?
this Charizard, like I remember my daughter just looking at the TV and just going, "Oh, that's scary." And he's like, you know what? I want a rematch. He's like, he ruined my coat as well. Uh, and he points over to his coat and sees like a little tiny rip that Pikachu had left the last time that they battled. But that sounds like a him problem. That doesn't sound like a Pikachu problem. And Tim is like, I'm sorry about your coat. And um, Pikachu's like, where's his shirt? He's like,
There's his shirt.
this is my place, and nobody comes into my place and does that to my Pokemon. And Charizard's looking over at Pikachu, and Pikachu's like, what are you looking at? He's like, and then this mysterious owner, DJ owner of the club is like, or to my coat. And Pikachu is looking over at Charizard, and Tim looks over at Pikachu, and he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Classic stare down, kid. First one to blink loses." He's like, "Now stop distracting me." And Tim is like, "I just want to know why his old partner was here. That's all." And then all of a sudden we get a Gengar wins. Doug?
And then basically, the owner wants a rematch. He wants Pikachu versus Charizard, and Pikachu's like, "Tell him game on, amigo." And Tim's like, he says, "Okay." And we get a new battle. We get Pikachu versus Charizard, and we get and then crowd goes ah, and
They're like, it's the rematch. So apparently this
and
happened inside of the cage the first time, and Pikachu won.
well, yeah, because that's how he got a hole in his coat. Um, and Pikachu's like, "All right, hold my hat. I'm gonna rock this place." And he's doing like little shadow boxing, and he's doing some stretching. He's like, "You got to go loose into these fights. You got to." He's like, bob and weave. He's light on his feet, and he's like, "I don't operate according to plans. I just kind of go things by feel." And look over, and we see that the owner's got a vial of that R, and he just cranks it up Charizard's nose. And Pikachu sees it, and
Charizard's
well,
about to go nuts.
Tim sees it, and Pikachu's like talking mess. He's like, "Now, obviously, I've dealt with this putz before, so I should be able to handle this." And he looks, and he's like, "Give me my hat back. That guy just took a vial of R up the nose. I'm out of here. What the fuck?"
And and,
And
the, and one of the goons goes over and locks the door right in front of Pikachu. He's like, "You," and Tim's like, "You did it before. You just got to use your powers." He's like, "You can use quick attack, discharge, or electro ball, or volt tackle is your best move. So start with that." He's like, "First of all, when did you learn how to be a Pokemon trainer? And secondly,
he's like,
get me the hell out of here."
and Pikachu saying, "Get me the hell out of here," probably earned it its PG rating right there.
Right there.
And Charizard literally comes roaring out of the gate, and he dodges it. And Pikachu's like running. He's like, "I forgot everything you said." And
Go for a
like,
critical hit, do volt tackle.
like Volt Tackle will blow me up. I'm gonna go for Thunderbolt. And he stands there, and he goes, "Eee." Nothing. "Eee, I can't go with everybody. Watch everybody just turn away." And he's like trying to. He's
And
like, "What you doing, bud?" And that's when he's like, "I can't go with everybody who's watching. If everybody can just turn around." And he's like, "No, it's not gonna work, is it?"
he's like,
Like, "I forgot how to use my powers." And then Charizard gets his head free from the gate. He's like, "Ah!" And
Charizard just lets out a big flamethrower, and Pikachu's like, "But he didn't forget to use it, or he didn't forget the how to do his powers."
he gets picked up and chucked against the gate. And he's like, "Is he out from one hit?" And Pikachu's like, "No, please, you don't got to do this. Please, you're gonna." And he curls up into a ball and goes, "Pikachu!" And um, Tim
The
runs up.
owner's like, "Pikachu, you want to cry now?" And Charizard's
Tim
about to
runs up.
just burn this mouse.
Does he step on his tail?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. And
Tim
Charizard's
runs
like,
right
"Oh."
in, steps on Charizard's tail, and Charizard's like, "Did this motherfucker just do what I think he just did?"
And Pikachu uses the momentary distraction to grab on Charizard's eyes, and Tim still somehow has the or Charizard still has the wherewithal to knock Tim with his tail, and Tim's holding on for dear life, and the owner stupidly gets into the ring, and he's like, "What's going on?" And he can gets barreled into by his own Pokemon because he's an idiot. And he looks down, and a vial of the R has exploded in his jacket. And he's like, "This isn't going to be good."
Oh, it's not even just one. He had like 7 or 8 of those inside of his jacket, and he has just released all of it inside of the club.
It's starting to go down immediately. Like all the Pokemon in the near vicinity are just going ham sandwich. And freaking Magikarp comes busting out of a little fish tank. Everything is just going absolutely bonkers. And Lickitung's just running around licking people, and
You got a slacking sitting there
there's a
just
Geodude,
slapping people.
and
You,
Tim gets a hold of the owner. He's like, "I want to know what you know. What's the source of the R?"
yeah, he's like, tell me where the source is. He's like, it comes from the doctor. That's all I know. Now let me go. And the owner is just out of here because he knows what this R can do, and his Charizard is just going nuts. And Pikachu's still on him, and Charizard just goes and flies up and just flies through the top of the building, and Pikachu just goes barreling right off of Charizard, and Pikachu's like, "Whoa!" And he goes flying back into the building. Tim goes down and does the dive and catches Pikachu, and Pikachu's like, "Nice catch, kid. Now let's get out of here." And then as they're getting out of there, Charizard falls back down, and um,
Blocks
they,
their path.
yeah, it blocks their path, and then they see Magikarp, and Pikachu's like, "Oh, I've got the greatest idea," and he's like, "I'm gonna evolve this Magikarp into a Gyarados." He's like, "Magikarp is the worst," and he's like, "It can evolve. All it needs is just a little kick." So and Pikachu just starts kicking Magikarp, and Magikarp is like, just flopping around, and Pikachu's like, "I had a bigger feeling, or I had a different idea in my head of what was going to happen after I kicked this Magikarp." And then all of a sudden, Charizard notices Pikachu, and then the R just leaves Charizard's system. So now Charizard is back to its normal self. And then Magikarp evolves into Gyarados. This is the second Gyarados we're seeing in this episode. And Charizard literally turns into a puppy. Like it sees this big old Gyarados that can just basically take out Charizard, and Charizard's like, "Arr, arr, arr," like ears down and everything, and so is Pikachu. And Pikachu's like, "Hey Tim, I don't float." And then all of a sudden, Gyarados uses, I'm guessing, Hydro Pump or something along that nature, and just makes Charizard, Tim, and Pikachu just bail out of the club. Doug?
So they land, and it's like Tim. Pikachu looks over at Tim and he goes, "I told you Magikarp weren't useless." And we hear sirens, and we have 3 officers, and the guy in the middle leans down and goes, "You're under arrest." And um, this is when I forgot his name. God damn it!
Who, the detective, Lieutenant?
Yeah, yeah.
It's Lieutenant Yoshida.
Yoshida walks in. He goes, "I thought you couldn't wait to get home." And Tim goes, "You see, what had happened was,"
Plans changed when I found him.
and it's like, "I don't get it." And Tim's like, "Harry's not dead." Um, it's like, this is his Pokemon partner. If he's alive, that means Harry's got to be alive too somewhere. And Yoshida's like, "That's not how this works." And Pikachu's like, he starts to say, "Tell him the," and then Tim cuts him off, and he's like, "Harry's last cage had to do with the um,
Pokemon battles.
underground Pokemon battles, and there's a chemical, and he's like, Harry's in trouble." He's like, "No, the investigation is over." And He's like, I can feel that he's out there. And Tim's like, I can feel it in my bones that he's out there. And Pikachu was like, you should have said jellies. And he's like, Yoshida's like, Tim, it's very difficult to cope with loss. And he's like, denial's a powerful thing. And Tim's like starting to lose it. He's like, I know I'm right. He's out there. He has to be. And
He's like,
Pikachu's looking.
it's difficult coping with loss, denial, or denial can be a powerful thing. And he's like, I'm not in denial. I'm right. I know it. He's out there. And then Yoshida's just giving him this look. And he's like, I never wanted to show you this, but I think it's important you see it.
He's got like a video feed from the crash. And
On demand, I must say too. How many times did he
yeah,
watch it?
he hit one button and that was going. He's like, you don't survive a crash like that. He's gone. And
Not even your dad.
it's just like, son of a bitch. And we we're sitting at like a park area, and I was like, I should have gotten on that train back then. And Ichi's like, did you say something? And he's like, I should have got on that train when my mom died, but time and distance has made us drift apart, and dad moved here for work and I didn't want to move with him, and
He, he,
I should
he
have gone.
he's like, he tried to get me to come live with him, but I wouldn't go. Pikachu is, how come? And Tim just breaks down and he's like, I didn't think he cared. I guess I just got used to him not being around. I couldn't forgive him for it until I got here and I realized that he did care, but I didn't know because I never gave him the chance. And now it's too late. And it's just sad and somber.
Mm.
He's like, I really wish I got on that train. Doug?
And Pikachu's like, well, if your dad was here, I'm sure he would hug you so hard your bones would pop, and he would tell you that he was sorry for everything and be proud of you. And we see that Tim's got a tear going down his cheek, and he's like, I needed to hear that, and that's really nice of you. Or he's like, I haven't been that nice to you. And um, Pikachu's like, no, you really haven't if you think about it.
And then he's like, if he was here, he would hug you so hard your bones would pop. And he'd tell you he's sorry for everything. Like this is such a moment in this movie. And I I mean, knowing what I know, and I'm obviously I'm not going to give it away um, this early in our review, but this is such a strong scene. Watching this back again, Doug.
And this is when a car just pulls up, and Pikachu goes, well, that's a bad guy car. And
just to change the vibe of or the tone of the movie.
and very much the woman that steps out, which I think is safe to assume is the same woman that was texting in the club. She kind of gives like a, come with me kind of thing. And they step out of the elevator of this high rise building. And,
Would you get in the car with this girl?
oh, probably not. But considering what I've already been through tonight with the Fight Club and the everybody go and rave on R. I might just say fuck it and throw caution to the wind.
For real.
And so they get to this room, and this guy's like, Miss Norman, that'll be all. And Pikachu's like, yes, thank you, Miss Norman. And she's like, oh, that's a real blabbermouth, that one. And Howard's like, oh, please come in. And
I love this office, by the way. Like the just inside of Howard's office, he has an Arceus statue on one side, a Palkia or Dialga. Um, is that Dialga? No, he has Arceus, another Arceus form in the back, and he has Palkia on the right. That just great statues. I just want to point that out. I love it.
so we see an Eevee evolving into a Flareon. Howard goes, imagine being able to evolve into the best possible version of yourself. And Pikachu to the Flareon's like, oh, what's up? And it's like that great, Howard says, that greatness inside you is just waiting to be awoken. And he's wheeling around his desk and he turns a light so he gets some focus. And Howard goes, hello, Tim. And Pikachu goes, oh, you know this guy? And he goes, I see you've been able to bond with Harry's Pikachu. He's like, oh, he knows me too. How about that shit? And
He's like, that's
he's
a
like, the
twist.
case Harry was working on.
That's very twisty.
And he has a vial of the R, and he's like, this compound threatens everything that I've built.
And Harry's like,
And
he knows about the R. He's like, I've hired Harry to trace its source. Imagine my shock when the answer turned out to be my own son. Dun dun
bah,
dun.
bah.
So his son is the one making R. Doug?
And he says, I've devoted my life protecting the partnership between Pokemon and humans. So, being able to bring out the best in each other. He's like, in my efforts of doing that, I'm afraid that I've neglected my responsibilities as a parent. He's got like a photograph of the two of them and a couple of books. And he goes, Roger resents the Pokemon, which is why he was so cold when during the commercial shoot.
And Pikachu just
He's like,
sits
he's
there
lived
and is
him,
like, oh, he has a bunch of daddy issues just like you.
and then Tim's like, Mr. Clifford, how could you let him do all that? He's like, ever since my illness has put me in this chair, um, Roger has basically run roughshod over the company, and
He
he
controls the
controls the
board.
board, he controls the police, he controls the politicians, he owns the press. Like, Harry's the only one that I could trust in my endeavors.
He's like, and that's why you need to find him. And that's where Tim is like, you haven't heard? Harry's dead. And he's like,
And
oh,
Howard just flatly says, oh no.
your father is alive. And this right here would scare the living crap out of me. So what I'm about to describe to everyone is he has a hologram built in this office, so he can make this office into anything that he wants. If he had like cameras, and he can reenact anything. So he puts his hand over his wheelchair, and then all of a sudden a car comes flying out of the ceiling, and Pikachu's like, "Look out, kid!" And then we get the car, and the car that his father was in just crashes into the ground. And then this is this from this point we get Howard saying it's an advanced holographic imaging. Doug?
And basically, um, this is playing out um, the um, the accident, and
It's playing
he's
out the part
like,
of the accident where the cameras were not placed.
he's like, what you're seeing is recreated from the police footage, and like this allows us to see the entire scene as opposed to what was presented in the initial footage.
Could you
And
imagine if technology like this really existed, Doug?
I don't really want to think about that.
But
Um,
Tim sees his father crawling out of the car along with Pikachu.
and yeah, and it's Pikachu, and it's Pikachu using just Pikachu voice. Like I was with him in the crash. He and obviously Tim being human, he needs my help, and obviously it's a hologram, so it just disintegrates. And why can't they find him if he's alive? And that's when Howard kind of looks up, and we see Mewtwo.
And he's like,
So
what?
obviously,
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
obviously, so obviously, the car from the beginning of the movie is Harry
Yes.
fleeing the lab, and
And
Tim's like, "What's that?" And
Howard is like,
Howard,
Mewtwo. He's like a man made abomination created in a laboratory using DNA from the fossil remains of the ancient Mew. And Pikachu's like, I can't believe it. If that thing came from Mew, then we're looking at the most powerful Pokemon in the world. And then it's at this point that he does something to Pikachu. Well, to the hologram Pikachu, because there's two Pikachus in this scene. And
right?
we see he shines a light right on Pikachu, and Pikachu just faints. And then the real life Pikachu is like, "That's it. That's what happened to me. Mewtwo wiped my memory." He's like, "But why?" And then all of a sudden we see what looks like um, Mewtwo picking up the body of Harry, and this is at this point Tim is like, wait, whoa, 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 wait, and then the car just explodes and it's engulfed in flames, and then all of a sudden that is where the hologram ends, and then Tim is like, where did he just take? Where did he take my dad? And it's Howard is like, that is for you to solve now. He's like, find Mewtwo and you will find your father. We leave outside of Dr. Howard's office, and Pikachu and Tim are sitting here, and they're just going back and forth. And Pikachu, let's see, what does he say?
Pikachu's basically trying to figure out where they're going because Tim's moving. Tim's not looking back. He's just going forward. And Pikachu's like, this is all well and good. You don't get a lot of chances at second. You don't get a lot of second chances. But I just have one question: where are we going?
And Tim is like, "Don't know. I'm just going." He's like, "Tell me where. You're the detective." And Peachu's like, "Okay, if Roger Clift is the key to all of this, we need someone who has access to him, and we both know who that is, Loverboy." And Tim is like, he's like, "Okay, come on, that's." And he's like, "Let's not start that again." And they go through, and we all know who it is. It's fucking Lucy. Lucy is the person, and of course, as soon as we we skip that scene. We're inside of a diner and we see Lucy being as weird as she can be. She is a weird girl. But she is full blown disguise. She has sunglasses on, she has her hair up, and she's looking through the blinds to see if anybody is in the diner that they're getting ready to go to. Well, it's the coffee shop, but inside of the
Mm.
coffee shop. And she walks inside, and Tim is like, "Oh, there she is." And Pikachu's like, "What's with the sunglasses? Can she see us?" He's like, "I don't think she can see us." Doug.
And so Tim, trying to be a gentleman, stands up to greet her, and she pushes him down immediately by the shoulder and says, "Don't talk to me." She sits at on the booth. On the booth, she sits in the booth directly behind him, and so she's facing one way, and obviously he's facing the other, and they're separated by a pane of glass. And Tim's like, "Oh, okay, so this is what we're doing." And
he, he he's like,
he's like, "What happens?"
what happens now? And then Pikachu's like, "Act casual." Oh no,
And
that was
no,
Lucy.
that's Lucy.
And
And she's like, "Act casual, but don't look at me." And Tim's like, "Oh shit." And
okay.
um, and Tim's like, "Well, there's really nothing casual about this." And she hands him back where she doesn't. She kind of looks to the side because I think she wants to make sure she makes the handoff. She goes to hand him a folder, and because Tim is an awkward fuck, he tries to be just as smooth, and he doesn't look, and he tries to do a behind the back reach himself, and he knocks it to the floor.
I
And
blame
then
both of them for this because one, she's telling him, "Okay, don't look at me, but I'm going to hand you something, but don't look at me, so you're not going to know that I'm handing this to you." And Tim is sitting here. He's like, "Okay, I'm not going to look at you. Oh, you're trying to hand me something. Oh, my hand is not where your hand is. Oh, we dropped it."
then again, because they're awkward, they both try to get down on the floor to pick it up, and they bonk heads because they're idiots. And now they're apologizing, and they're trying to pick up the papers. And Pikachu's like, "Just tell her to come sit with us. This is ridiculous." And and Tim's like, the mouse has a good idea, and they pardon me, they sit in the booth, and she finally takes the sunglasses off, and he's like, "I got access to Roger's files," and he's like, "Oh, sweet, how'd you do that?" And she's, "Oh, I spilled a cappuccino on his laptop."
And Pikachu immediately, he's like, "Sounds like a big waste of cappuccino." Lucy continues. She's like, "I searched through his records and I targeted property rights." And she's like, "I cross-checked the city records for Clifford until I found it." And she's like, and this is what I found. And it's a picture of like a Area 51 site. It's just a bunch of dirt lands, but if you look really close into the picture, it's a picture of the laboratory from the beginning of the movie that Mewtwo
Mm.
broke out of. And she's like, "It's a Pokemon genetic research facility, but that's not all." And Pikachu's like, "Oh, she's good." And Lucy continues, and she's like, "Last week PCL had an accident," and she put that in quotes. And she said,
Mm.
and then they shut down their facility. And that same night, Harry Goodman, your father, went missing. She's like, "No one knows what happened. Total media blackout." And
And she's like 100% into this. Like, you can see in her eyes, she's like, "I have this is a rush. This is this. Let's fucking go." And Tim's still lost. He's like, "What does all this mean?"
and Pikachu looks up at Tim and is like, "I think he just peed a little." Nope, nope, that was me. That
"That was me. That was me." He looks down, and that was me.
fucking Ryan
So
Reynolds is like the perfect for Pikachu. I can't get over how good he played Pikachu.
he is just because he's just a joke machine. It's just it's just little because it's only him and Tim that can interact. So it's just like bang bang, like rapid fire shit. It's
And
just awesome.
and I'm not gonna keep this conversation on the wayside, but do you think Ryan Reynolds in real life, like if you know him personally, Do you think that he could possibly be that annoying person in real life? Like everything he says he tries to be funny. Like he strikes me at like I knew a guy named Trevor back in high school, and that is exactly how Trevor was. He was always trying to be funny, and he reminds me so much of Ryan Reynolds. Maybe because he parts his hair like Ryan Reynolds too, but he he has that little part in his hair. So maybe that's why I'm putting both of them together. But Trevor was so annoying. Like I liked hanging out with the kid, but he was so annoying sometimes because he's always trying to be funny. It's like he can't have a regular conversation. Everything needs to be a joke. Do you think that's the way Ryan Reynolds is in real life?
No, I 100% believe he has a switch. I believe he can turn it on for movie roles, and when he turns it off, he goes straight into suave movie star because he's got too much shit on the side, like to be funny all the time. Like he's got like his gin, and he owns a soccer club with the dude from Always Sunny, and like he's got so many side hustles. Like
Okay.
he doesn't have time to be sitting around and being cracking jokes. I think he knows when a camera's on, and he knows to be quote unquote on. But I think he's very laid back and chilled otherwise.
Okay. All right. I can see that. I can see that a little bit. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. So, Doug, I'm going to have you continue. They're talking about a possible cover up.
Oh yeah, Tim's like, there's a cover up. So what are they covering up? And um and Lucy pulls out a set of keys, and she's like, let's go find out. And they drive through the mountain ranges, and they're on these winding roads, and they're in this little tic tac box of a car, and um
You can tell they're not in America.
no, and Tim is in the passenger seat, and obviously Lucy's driving because it's her car, and Pikachu is sitting in a booster seat
In a fucking car
um
seat.
next to Psyduck, and
And Psyduck looks like he's just annoyed.
Psyduck looks like and they're listening to like spa music, as the caption identifies it, and he's
Pika-
like, "We have to listen to this spa music so you don't freak out."
yeah, he's
And,
like, so your head doesn't explode. And Psyduck's like,
and Psyduck,
why?
yeah, pretty much, and then Lucy, you can see her looking in the rearview mirror. She's like, your Pikachu's pretty unusual. I've never known a Pokemon to wear a hat. And um,
And then Tim is like, well, your Psyduck is kind of unusual itself too. And then Psyduck
and
just falls back in the
he's
car.
looking. No, he's looking for a foot rub, and um, you can
But
tell Psyduck's kind of talking mess to Pikachu because he's like, "Of course I care about partner's well-being, but I'm not going to rub your feet." And um, and then we cut back, and he's doing it because I think Psyduck threatened him, and Psyduck's just like, "Ah." And
so he
um,
and Psyduck is just sitting there, just he's like, ah, yeah, this is the life. And Tim looks back and is like, Pikachu, what are you doing? And Pikachu doesn't answer. And Lucy's wondering why he's talking to Pikachu, and he's like, nothing. I was actually wondering who this was. And he pulls out a piece of paper. He's getting back on track, and it's Dr. Lieutenant. So and I didn't realize this like first watching it on and until I saw the IMDb, but the Dr. Ann Laurent is actually music star Rita Ora. Like, but they put such good makeup on her, you can't really tell that that's her.
yeah, but then she speaks, and you're like, "Yeah, I've heard that voice before."
Yeah.
So you basically find out that she's doing neurological examinations on Pokemon subjects,
Yeah,
and
she was trying to control the Pokemon's minds.
right, and basically, and then this is when Pikachu has a snippy line of, "I wonder if she does psychological experiments on the effects of being strapped into a car seat next to a ticking time bomb."
Inside
And
like
Psyduck's like,
why? and they and they con-
then
they continue and they pull up to the gate. So this movie's playing like no punches. They're going like from scene to scene to scene. Like there's no long travels because they don't have that type of budget for this movie. This was an experimental
no,
movie. So they pull up to the gate and he's like, look at the signs, and it's covered in toxic signs, biohazard, danger, and he's like, that and Pikachu is like, that's what they want you to believe. Whoever staged this did an excellent job. Those signs are the perfect scarecrow for suckers. And Tim is like, yeah, well, it's working on me. And Pikachu comes in and is like, kid, this dame's looking for danger. You want to win her over, you gotta lead her straight to it.
just like, first of all, women don't like to be called dames,
And he's like, second,
and
women
second, and he,
appreciate calm, level-headed, and responsible decision making. And he's like, wait, what is she doing? Hey, she's over there literally. She has some cutters and she is
cutter,
cutting a hole in the fence so they can slip through. Complete opposite of what Tim was just saying inside of the car.
and so they go through, of course, because once the hole's in the fence, what else are you gonna do? You're not gonna turn around,
Exactly.
and um, and we get this establishing shot of the lab, and then
We do see a camera turn around as they're walking through to see that someone is still monitoring this lab and they're not alone.
Lucy drops in first and catches Psyduck, and Tim doesn't quite stick the landing, but he's there to catch Pikachu, and like, all right, now you stay up here. So he's okay with Pikachu being on his shoulder now, as opposed to half an hour ago. And he's like, nope, we're not doing that.
Yeah, for real. Well, he's used to it now. That is a
Well, this
big Pikachu. I'm just gonna add that. I mean, they made Pikachu like massive, like a whole foot tall. In
and this
this
Pikachu has a caffeine addiction, so who knows what
what?
epic that's playing.
Yeah, I was about to say, Pikachu didn't even have the chance to grow. Its growth was stunted by all the caffeine. But
Yeah,
they start walking around the lab, and they're shining a flashlight because it's very dark on the inside because everything is basically shut down.
right.
And
Because nobody's in that after the accident.
yes. And Pikachu is like, I may have amnesia, but I'm pretty sure this is the worst idea anyone has ever had. And Lucy walks over to a capsule that looks like it's holding some Pokemon on the inside, and then all of a sudden, we get a footprint that just comes and just slaps the screen, and this Pokemon is Greninja. So and a Greninja just takes its foot and just puts it right on the window, and then it's from there they look straight down all of the capsules that's sitting in front of them, and they see a bunch of Greninja just sitting there staring at them, and they're like, "Oh, this must be where they're studying all these Pokemon." He's like, "But these Pokemon don't look right." And we look down at the computer. Pikachu notices that the computer says Pokemon Evolution Test 22 Power Enhancement. So they're just looking at these. He's like, they're experimenting on them, but why? And Lucy's like, if Roger's behind this, what's he doing experimenting on all these Pokemon? And they just
And
continue to walk. And we see another lab that has a Torterra on the inside. And if you, while these were just on the ground, it just looked like little tiny like rock hills on the inside, right, Doug?
100%. If you were just looking with the naked eye,
And
and
you
one of them moves, and they're like, "Oh, that's a Totera," and then they look at the what you call it, the screen, and this one says Pokemon Evolution Test 33,
and
and
Lucy does point out, and she's like, but they look normal size to me. And boy, what we're going to end up finding out in just a second. But, and Lucy's like, well, maybe they haven't started growing yet. It's like they're trying to manipulate Pokemon evolution. And Tim is like, is that even possible? And Lucy's like, I don't know. And this is where we get a second glance of another camera looking down at our heroes here, and this time the light turns on, and we jump straight to the outside, and we see Roger. Roger is in a car, and he has access to a remote laptop where he is able to see all of the cameras on the inside of the laboratory, and he also has audio. Doug?
yeah, so it's a convoy of three vehicles, and kind of get the impression that they're approaching the lab, and Tim and the gang, they're continuing to walk, and it's getting darker and dingier, and then they come on to the main area, and they're like, "What happened here?" And Pikachu's like, "Very bad stuff," and we know from the beginning of the movie that this was the pod that
Mewtwo broke out of.
broke out of, and um, Lucy's got her camera on her phone going, and meanwhile, Psyduck's in her backpack, and he's starting to freak out because the shit's eerie. And
Just a little bit.
Pikachu calls Tim over, and he's found Dr. Laurel's workstation, and it looks like it's still functioning because the screen's on.
Yes.
And
And
one
oh, sorry.
and once again we see the camera observing, and we see back at Roger's laptop, and he's just seeing all of this. He's hitting in codes, and
This is where shit's about to go down, because we find out that he has a remote access to the actual pods on the inside, and
mhm,
where we just saw all of the Greninjas. He hits the computer. The computer says remote access initiated. And from here, Roger smiles, and we jump back into the lab where we're live inside of the lab. And Lucy, it looks like she's back on a different part where the Greninja are, and it looks like she's just documenting everything with her phone. But right behind her, all of the pods start opening up, and
yeah.
Psyduck is just freaking out. He's like, "Oh my god!" Because Psyduck is facing all the pods, she's not, and all these slimy Greninja are getting ready to climb out. Doug, you want to go over where Tim and Pikachu are?
So we go back to Tim and Pikachu at the workstation, and Tim's like, "It looks like the majority of these files are corrupted," and he hits a button, and it initiates another one of the holograms, like the one in
Dr. Howard.
Dr. Howard's office of the crash, and it is the scene of
Day 42.
the moments before the explosion at the beginning of the movie, and this is when we get like our first proper look at Dr. Laurel, and if you were just listening, you'd be like, "That's Rita Ora," and it's Rita Ora, and
Yes.
this is kind of a cool effect because Tim and Pikachu are new to the environment, so any time that they like try to interact, the feed of the hologram gets like distorted, but it keeps moving; it doesn't stop.
And
And
we jump straight from day 42, and the computer seems like it only has select things of memory because we jump straight
mhm.
from day 42, and now we're at day 60. And um, Dr. Dr. Anne Laurent is like, critical trials have proven successful. She's like, the inhalant results in confusion and the total loss of free will. And she's like, which in turn makes Pokemon go wild. And we go over to a machine where the R vials, the contaminants that's inside of it, is being manipulated into these capsules. So this is where they're collecting all of this, like purple R polycules from Mewtwo. They're just sucking it right out of Mewtwo. And she's like, we've designated this chemical as serum R. So I guess we actually have a name for it now. It is called serum R. And like they used and Pikachu's like they used Mewtwo to make all of these bottles called serum R. And again we jump straight from that, and now we're on day 68, Doug.
Yeah, so um, and this is pretty much moments before the beginning of the movie because all the similar all the warnings that were going off at the beginning are going off, and we're getting like actual like fleshed out view instead of the view from Mewtwo's perspective, and there's a really cool effect once the pod blows because the doctor gets knocked all the way back and almost out of everything, and um like I mean it's
It the way that it happened. So at the beginning,
kind of like a
oh, I'm sorry.
it was kind of like a Thanos snap, I guess would be an oversimplification of it.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the movie, Mewtwo broke out of this capsule, but we just saw a quick explosion. Mewtwo's out, and Mewtwo is chasing the car. In on the inside where the cameras were, we see Mewtwo bust out, but when it busts out, the camera slows down. So Tim and Pikachu are still in real time, but they just slowed everything down to like zero point 0.3. And it's just the water is just crashing back. The glass is going everywhere. And we just see Dr. Ann just go what looks like she just went straight through the door, which is probably what ended up killing her. And Tim is like, man, that must have been Mewtwo's pod and how he escaped. And Pikachu is over here because now the hologram is gone. And Pikachu's like, now we're getting somewhere. And Harry's like, but what did that thing want with Harry? And Pikachu's like, good question. I'll try to take us back to the beginning. And Pikachu, as Pikachu's trying to do its thing, he's rewinding the video, and we go all the way back to day one. Doug?
And then we hear Dr. Lawrence say the lab is almost fully operational, and we see a couple workers taking a clean sheet off of the orb that's going to hold Mewtwo, and she says all that we have to do now is capture the most powerful Pokemon known to mankind,
Mew,
and
who is over in the Kanto region.
we get a reference to the Kanto region, which is like, hey, I know that place, and we know that it escaped almost 20 years ago, and but we find out that the lab has hired a specialist to track it down, and she says, "Good luck, Detective Goodson." And we turn around,
Goodman.
and I said Goodson, Goodman, and we get a shot from behind of Goodson leaving the lab. Um, and then we're back in the present, and Pikachu's like, "That's why Pikachu. That's why Mewtwo took Harry.
Yep.
Revenge for being captured."
So
And
they're starting to put two and two together, and it's from there that we jump straight over to where Harry and I mean not Harry, where Tim and Pikachu are walking out of the distorted room, and Tim is like, "That doesn't make any sense. Harry wouldn't have been a part of this." And Pikachu's like, "I want to believe that, kid, but we got to be honest. You haven't seen him in years, and I got amnesia. Neither one of us can say for sure what Harry would or wouldn't do." And Tim's like, "Man, we got to get back to the city." So they're running through the lab and they're just looking around and they're like, Lucy? And they look at all the pods and all of the pods are open. And Tim is like, "Oh, this ain't good." He's like, "Lucy." And he looks over and he sees some liquid just dropping onto the floor. And he walks over to the liquid and Pikachu's like, "That was not there before, kid." And they're just looking down. All of a sudden, the droplets of goo land on Pikachu's hat, and Pikachu's like, "Ew!" And then all of a sudden, they just look up, and what do they see? They see Greninja, and they have Lucy. Lucy is being held by Greninja's tongue. It has slithered its tongue out, and it has wrapped it all the way around Lucy, and they're like, "Oh my gosh." And Lucy is like muttering. She's like, look behind you," but she can't. She's like, mm, mm. And they look behind him, and there's another Greninja, and Pikachu just jumps right off of Tim, and he's like, "Kid, the fire alarm!" And Tim pulls the fire alarm and it just blows a whole bunch of like water and mist all around, which ends up distorting the Greninja. And it also drops Lucy down because the Greninja can't keep a hold of Lucy while everything is just being sprayed down. And then they are just gunning it. They are running. And as they're running down the hall, they turn the corner and there's three more Greninja just on the ceiling and they're making their way over towards Tim, Lucy, and Pikachu. They go down the other hall. There's the two Greninjas that had captured Lucy in the first place. And they're like, "Oh shit." And freaking the Greninjas start using some type of attack. I'm not even sure what that attack is. I'm going to call it Swift because it looks like a Swift move. And it just takes its fist and just throws it right over, but it breaks the glass that was right behind them that the Torterra were in. And it doesn't break it all the way. So what does Tim do, or what does Lucy do? She takes one of the machines and just breaks it and just runs into where the Torterra are, and then she pulls the fire alarm and more mist so that the Greninja cannot attack them. Doug.
so they just start running, and they run through the initial enclosure that you could see through the pod, and they run through, and the Greninja are in hot pursuit behind them because obviously they saw Tim and Lucy go through, so they know that it's safe to go through once the mist dies down, and so they're booking it, and Psyduck's freaking out, and Lucy has to keep reassuring Psyduck that everything's fine, but Psyduck is absolutely losing it, and Pikachu's like, if we're not careful, he's gonna blow his stack, and
And Pikachu's like, "Wait,
that
no, that's perfect. Time to get a headache, Psyduck."
and he's like, I hated touching your feet. I regret everything my hands did. This was ridiculous. And if we've seen the anime, we know what happens when Psyduck loses his mess,
Yes.
and all of a sudden stuff just goes pwah, and the Greninja get knocked back as they're just about to close in and possibly land a knockout shot, and
Yeah.
everything slows down, and there's a big sonic wave that goes over everything, and Psyduck's like, "Oh God!" And
All Pikachu wants to know is, where's my hat?
where's my? I laughed out loud. He's like, "Good job, Psyduck. Where's my hat?"
And
and
Tim just looks up. He's like, something's wrong. And then you just start hearing some rumbling. Doug, I'm sorry, I cut in.
and like you said, stuff starts rumbling. Like it's almost like Jurassic Park without the water. And Pikachu tries to reassure everybody. He's like, "This is fine. This is just Psyduck's sonic wave causing hallucinations. None of this is real." And just as he says none of this is real, a couple of tree branches land right in front of his feet, and he's like, "This is all very real."
And he's like, Psyduck's psionic waves are causing hallucinations. And the ground just starts coming right up. And it's a very surreal moment. And
Kind of like Inception.
yeah. That's a great one, Doug. Good one. Just like Inception, how when the world is turning in the movie, everything is kind of falling on itself. So they're in like a big wooded area, and all of a sudden trees are just falling down, and they are so lucky because a tree falls and almost makes Pikachu into a Pikachu stew, and it just
Oh God.
I know. But it fell right behind him. But the trees are just falling and it's falling, and the hills are just growing up, and the ground is splitting, and all of a sudden, what it looks like is they were running on level ground, and from the level ground starts folding up. So now they're at like an 85-degree angle, not a full 90 degrees, and all of a sudden they can't run no more. And then as they find a big root, and they're holding on to the damn root, and they start seeing rocks from the top of the hill where they were running towards start tumbling down. They're like, oh shit. And they just let go, and the rocks start tumbling down. They start tumbling down, but somehow, because it's a kid movie, they all grab onto the same tree, and and now they're at a full 90-degree angle, and they can stand on top of the side of a tree, and then the big rock that was coming down towards them finally makes impact with them, but not with them directly. It hits the top of the tree, and to let you know that this rock would have killed these kids if they didn't not grab, or if they didn't release from that root. This rock took off the whole top half of this tree as it was
Mhm.
just folding down. Doug?
And you know, Tim and Lucy are looking around, and stuff around them is chaos. They're hopping from tree branch to tree branch. They're ducking and dodging, and more of the environment is falling away at every possible instance. And they trip and they kind of slide down a hill, and Pikachu stands up and he's panting. He's like, "I think we made it. This is fine." And then
He's like, I officially
like,
hate this forest.
and you see like a fault is working its way through, and it splits the ground between them exactly in half, and Tim just drops out. And
I blame Tim
there's
for not jumping over this crack before it got as big as it did.
why couldn't Lucy jump?
Well, yeah. Technically, her rock is the one that's still moving. Tim is kind of at a standstill now. Well, no,
Yeah.
yeah, a little bit. All right, continue, Doug.
So they're on opposite ends of this chasm now, and stuff is just falling into this river. And they're like, and Pikachu's like, "Whatever we're gonna do, we got to do it fast." And Tim's like, "We got to jump." And Pikachu's like, "That's a great fifth option. Now, if we could just stand here and figure out the top four." And Tim's like, "No, we got to go." And he just
Well, this is a callback. So remember at the beginning of the movie when Pikachu was like, "Okay, let's jump down this tube," or we're gonna be killed, basically. This is a callback to like the beginning of the movie. So now that Tim is like, okay, we gotta jump, Pikachu's like, well, nah, I don't know about that.
And Lucy's on the other end going, "You're not gonna make it." And Pikachu's like, "We have a lot of choices here, but falling to our death isn't really one of them." And he's saying the last bit. He's saying and falling to our death isn't really, as Tim is like in midair,
Yes.
and Pikachu's screaming, and he grabs with his last out. He grabs with to the edge of the
Cliff.
cliff. Thank you, and Lucy's able to pull him up, and Pikachu's like, I, I,
This is
I thought I was
bullshit.
good. And all of a sudden he goes, eyeball. And this is when we find out secret of the so what's the name of the Pokemon?
Torterra. But I want to point out, because it was never fucking established, and it bugged the mess out of me. And as soon as I say it to you, Doug, it's gonna start bugging you too. Pikachu Pikachu got its hat back once it jumped over that cliff. No explanation. It had no hat before they jumped and had a hat after they jumped. How the hell did he get that hat back?
Movie magic.
It was, and it's never told to us, but or maybe Lucy had it. Maybe Lucy just gave it to him. You know what? I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that just for the sake of this movie. Lucy had the hat, or Psyduck grabbed it and just handed it back to Pikachu off screen. All right, that's how it happened. But eyeball, Doug.
Yes. So we find out the secret of the. What's the name of the Pokemon?
Torterra.
Keep wanting to say Tarantula. We find out that this whole area basically is one giant Torterra.
Well, it's not just one; it's multiple. Multiple. The whole land is Torterra. So when they were inside of the lab and it said experimental growth, they have been feeding into these Torterra something they were giving these Torterra, and it made them the size of mountains, everybody. And it's just a bunch of them, and they slowly find out that the Torterra, that this whole thing is just one big garden.
And as they're standing there, Pikachu gets hit with a rock, and he goes down. Then the whole entire cliff gives way, and they fall into the water. And you hear Torterra, bellowing in the background, and we get really still shot, which after all the chaos is very unsettling. And everybody's out of the water. Psyduck is shaken, and Tim's got Pikachu, but Pikachu's not in good shape.
No.
And
Lucy's crawling back to shore, and Psyduck's just freaking out, and they just run over to Pikachu. And Lucy's like, "Is he okay?" And Pikachu's like, "I'm in bad shape here, kid." And Tim's like, I'm here, Pikachu." And he says, I'm here, partner." And Pikachu's like, did you just call me partner?" And Tim is like, "Yeah, of course, you're my partner." He's like, "Yeah, that's right. And then Pikachu, he's like, "You've got my back." And Tim is like, "Yeah." And then as he's saying this, Pikachu is kind of fading because it got hit in the head and it needs to go to a Pokemon Center. And Tim is like, hey, Pikachu, Pikachu. And Pikachu is just fading and fading and fading. And from here, it looks like Pikachu is just dying. And Tim is looking around and he hears some cooing. And then all of a sudden, out from the side of the rocks, we see our first Bulbasaur. And Bulbasaur looks so fucking cute in this movie, bro.
And he sounds cute. I mean, they definitely don't use the Bulbasaur sound clip.
No, they do not. And Bulbasaur looks so fucking cute.
it's just one Bulbasaur, and he's like, "Could you please help? He needs to get." Talking to Pikachu, he's like, "Need to get Pikachu to a healer Pokemon." And Bulbasaur, you can kind of see that he's
Concerned.
listening. He's concerned, and Tim's like, "I'm begging you," and Lucy's like, "He doesn't understand you." And Tim's like, "But he feels what I'm saying." He's and Tim's like, "Please, I don't want to lose him too." And Bulbasaur turns his back, so you think, "Oh shit, it's just a wild Bulbasaur," and he starts to kind of break down, and
Tim is like,
Lucy's
I
like,
need to get him to a healer. Help.
and Lucy's like, "It'll be okay," and she looks and she's like, "Look," and there's a whole,
Herd.
yeah, I was gonna say horde, but yeah, a herd of Bulbasaur. So the initial one must have went and found
His pack.
see, I can't pack, and basically guiding Tim and Pikachu and Lucy and Psyduck to what you would hope is Sanctuary.
Yes.
And there's a moment when like, Tim and Pikachu go past, but then Lucy and Psyduck try to follow, and a couple of Bulbasaur like stop them, and Tim has to be like, "No, they're okay. They're with me." But Lucy's like, "No, this is you and Pikachu. I'll meet you at the car." Tim's like, "I bet." And
I was kind of upset at that. Like I mean I get that this is Tim's Pokemon, but Lucy should have at least stayed with him. But because I mean she she could have been there for him, or maybe she just doesn't understand what it's like to have friends because we don't see any of our other friends in this movie, and maybe she is a loner just like Tim is. That's why they get along so well. But
I
I was a little upset.
to play devil's advocate, say know, say they go find this healer, which a couple seconds, we're gonna figure all this out, and say shit goes south. At least Lucy could then go and get help, or he'd be able to get away. If Lucy went with him and they got in the shit, they would all be fucked.
Well, I mean, what can get worse than what's happened so far? They just they just survived falling off of cliffs and mountains and all this type of stuff in the previous scene.
Somebody could have a gun. I don't know.
But we continue, and after Tim separates, we get a wide shot of the valley that they're walking towards. We get a close up of Tim's boots, and he's walking through, and we see a bunch of mushrooms that start to glow, and it's a whole bunch of Morlo, and they just start flying into the air, and they're flying all around, and it's just a whole bunch of them, just like there are Bulbasaur. And Tim is looking around, and he's like, "Okay, we must be getting close." And he's like, "It's gonna be okay, Pikachu." And they keep walking, and the Bulbasaurs are sitting here, and they are just taking them into, like, it looks like a kind of like a forbidden forest almost. Wouldn't you
Little
say?
bit, little bit, especially, and it's the whole aesthetic of the fact that it's Bulbasaurs and glowing mushrooms, and it's
You
getting darker as they're going. And I don't think that's just because it's getting later in the day. And
you know what I think this is a call to, and I just thought of it now. What if this is kind of a callback to Bulbasaur's Hidden Valley, that episode
oh,
that in Pokemon that we saw? Because isn't this kind of
oh,
what it was? Like they went to like one big spot inside the middle of a forest.
I like that a lot. The only thing that we're missing here,
It's
and it's a little bit of is a Venusaur, but obviously we've got something a little better than a Venusaur, which we're going to see here in a couple seconds. Yeah,
Yes.
it's this big, like, winding journey, and I think we saw a couple Weedle just there, and they're walking through the stream, and the Bulbasaurs are like flanking them, and the Morlo gather where they want Tim to lay Pikachu down, and they separate, and he puts him down, and those start to leave, and Tim's like, "Well, wait a minute, where's everybody going? What
You need to
what
help
now?"
Pikachu. And then we get the surprise of all surprises. Doug, what is our big surprise in this scene?
We hear, pardon me, we hear off screen, "I've been waiting for you," and it's Mewtwo.
Yes.
And he floats into screen, and Tim's like, "Oh shit, Mewtwo."
And then Mewtwo takes its powers and it just puts it, and he like puts like some sort of, I'm guessing he's using recovery. I'm gonna call this
Has to
move
be.
that this move has to be recovery. So Mewtwo's eyes glow like this off white slash bluish color, and he's beaming down a laser towards Pikachu, which we're gonna call recover. And you just see a whole bunch of sparks inside of Pikachu from one side to the other side. He's healing all parts of Pikachu. And it's at this point he puts Pikachu back down with its psychic powers. And Pikachu gets right back up and he's like, "Oh, where am I?" And Tim's like, "You're okay." And Pikachu's like, "Yeah, somehow I'm fine." And Mewtwo just goes, he's like, "You brought the sun to me as agreed." And Tim is like, What is he talking about?" And Peach is like, I don't know, kid. I'm as lost as you are."
Which is fair, because for the last, like, what do you figure, about half an hour or so, maybe 15 minutes, Pikachu's been unconscious.
Yeah. And
So
Tim looks up and he's like, "Well, where's my father? What did you do with him?" And Mewtwo just he takes his
this was
hand.
freaky.
Yeah, he takes his hand and he puts it down, and he's basically transmitting his thoughts into Tim. Doug, do you want to go over these thoughts?
Yeah, but the effect, it looks like Tim's head's exploding. So I was like, whoa. So yeah, we're back in Mewtwo's point of view, and Mewtwo's back in the tank, just like at the beginning of the movie. And we see that Pikachu was the one that started all the chaos at the beginning of the movie. And we see the alert, and we see the doctor, and we see Mewtwo breaking out of the lab, and we see the crash, and
We see Mewtwo break out.
we see Mewtwo speaking at the site of the crash. He says, and he's talking to Pikachu. He says, "You've done well. Humanity is evil." And he says, "I've always believed that Pokemon were snapped
Right
back
back.
into the present." And um,
Mewtwo is
Mewtwo's
being like, he's being hurt by something.
and all of a sudden there's like these robots?
I'm gonna
Question mark.
Yeah, I'm gonna call them these four androids.
Android. There you go. And they're encircling Mewtwo, and they've got him like in restraints, virtual restraints.
If you've seen the original Pokemon, the first movie, it's like those orbs that were trying to stop Mewtwo in that movie
Mm.
when they were trying to contain, or in Mewtwo Strikes Back when Giovanni was going back to capture Mewtwo, it was these orbs that encapsulated Mewtwo, and kind of drained him of all of his powers. So this is just all these are the androids in real life, basically.
And he's struggling against the restraints, and Tim looks up, and from just over the edge of the cliff, Roger walks up, and He's got his sunglasses on, and he's in his suit, and he just smirks.
And Tim is just looking at him. He's like, "Oh, this mother."
And then the androids basically drag Mewtwo into one of the vans that was part of Roger's convoy and shuts the door. And then
and then the cars just start driving, or the cars drive off, and then Tim is walking back, and we literally jump from that. And so Roger got away with Mewtwo, and Tim is
yes,
now leaving the laboratory through the hole in the fence where they originated from. And uh, Tim is looking at Pikachu, and he's like, "Hey, slow down. We need to talk about this." And Pikachu's like, "You have to go on without me." He's like, What are you saying, Pikachu?" He's like, Pikachu's like, "Roger has Mewtwo." Or no, Tim is like, "Roger has Mewtwo, and Mewtwo has my father. We're running out of time. We have a case to solve." Pikachu's like, "We already solved mine. I know exactly who I am." And he's like, "I'm the guy that portrayed Harry." And Pikachu's like, we don't know that." And Pikachu's like, "We both saw it. I betrayed your father, which means that I could betray you." And Pikachu and Tim is like, "You wouldn't do that. I don't care what you saw." He's like, "I know who you are." And Pikachu's like, "How did you know?" He's like, "Because I feel it in my jellies." He's like, "I made that up. There's no jellies. There's no me." And Pikachu is just walking away, and Tim is like, "I don't believe that." He's like, "You better call it all." Pikachu's like, "No, no." Tim is like, "I need you. Please." He's like, "You have to stay away from me. It's for your own good." And it's at this point, Tim is like, "I'm not letting go of you." And Pikachu's like, "You need to let go of me," and just thunder shocks Tim. And that's
little baby shock. Not,
yeah, just a little tiny, like, frustrated shock. And I'm sorry.
Pikachu's like, case in point. And
He's like,
it's like
"That's who I am."
I can't help it. I hurt the people that need me. That's who I am.
He's like, "I'm
He's like, I'm
sorry."
sorry. He's about to cry. He just walks away, and his ears are down. And it's at this point that Lucy and Psyduck catch up, and she's like, "Where's he going? Is he okay?" And Tim's like, "No,
She's like,
we need to
what
get out of here."
happened?" And Tim is just so frustrated. He's like, "Yeah, let's just get back to the city. I'll explain everything." Lucy's kind of looking over at Pikachu walking away, and she's like, "Okay, all right, come on, Psyduck." And then we were put straight into the middle of New York City. Yeah, well, in their version of New York City, we're back in Ryme City for the 10th anniversary Ryme City Pokemon Parade. Doug?
We see that the balloons are getting ready. We see a Gengar balloon. We see a Jigglypuff, and Tim and Lucy are driving, and they just stop right in the middle of everything. And Lucy's like, "I don't know what happened between you two, but this needs to. We need to strategize. We need to figure this out." And Tim starts walking away, and Lucy's like, "Where are you going? We need to figure this. We need to report this. This is breaking news." And um, Tim's like, "You're the reporter. You're the one that needs to be breaking the news." He's like, "I'm going to go talk to Howard." And
And she's like, "How? How am I supposed to break the news when the guy who runs the news is breaking the news?" And then all of a
she's like,
sudden, we see another news reporter in the corner.
and we walked past a Blastoise balloon and a Howard Co. truck and Pikachu balloon, and we go right in with the high-rise building, and Lucy walks up to the reporter, and she's like, "Miss Stevens, I'm the intern, or Miss McAllister, I'm the intern." And she's like, well, then you can, she's like, "I have a story," and the reporter's like, "Yes, but you can take my coffee order." And Lucy's like, "Well, shit."
And
Yeah.
the reporter
She's like flat white extra shot. Thank you.
and the reporter hands Lucy the microphone and her coat, and she's like, "I got it, Cynthia." And then we're on the bridge,
With Pikachu.
and he's singing the theme song, which I have a question about.
Yes. What's up?
So if this Pikachu in this world is singing the theme song to the anime, does that mean that the anime exists in this world?
You know, it just might. I mean, I guess we're supposed to believe that the world that we're watching in this movie is our world and what our world would be like if there were Pokemon all the way around.
So that means that this Pikachu, Detective Pikachu, can sit at home on a Saturday morning and watch the titular Pikachu and go, ah, it's not. I wouldn't act like that at all.
You know, okay, and this might be a far off thing to even say, Doug, but kind of think about it like this. So think about it like you know how South Park makes fun of The Simpsons, like The Simpsons
Hmm.
is a part of their world or whatnot, or the episode of South Park where they have the whole Pokemon thing and they're watching the Pokemon on the TV, but they're a cartoon themselves. Kind of think about it like this.
Ah,
Yeah.
so I like that. Yeah, I like that.
So
But I'll buy that. So we're on the bridge, and Pikachu is singing the songs, and he gets a line out, and he starts to cry, and he's about to he's about to break down, and then he stops. He's like, "What's all this now?" And we find out that he's on the bridge where the accident was,
yes.
and get a flash to the accident. He's like, "This is the scene of the crash," and he sees like the tire tracks. He goes, "What's all this then?" And he sees like a Greninja throwing star. So I'm thinking you might be right that that attack that they used in the lab was Swift,
That's what I'm thinking.
and we get another like hologram vision in Pikachu's head,
Greninja was trailing Tim's dad, and
and Mewtwo was following the Greninja to try to ward them off.
yes,
Yeah, and Pikachu basically says what I just said. He said Roger sent the Greninjas to cause the crash, which he's like putting two and two together in his head. He's like Mewtwo was trying to protect it. It's like son of a bitch,
and
and
he has a vision,
we
a line that Dr. Howard was saying about how Pokemon can see things that we can't, and Pikachu's like, "Oh no, 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 no," and he's starting to put two and two together in his head. But I believe it's too late, isn't it, Doug?
yes because Tim. We go back to Tim, and he's busting into Howard's office, and he's like, "Mr. Clifford, your son. He has Mewtwo here, and he stops, and he's like, what's on your?" And Clifford's like, or Howard's like, everything's gonna be okay, and
He notices the thing on Howard's head from the video that he saw in the hologram from the Mewtwo thing.
and hear like mechanical noises, and a pod comes up from the floor, and we see Mewtwo's in the pod, and he's got an identical gimmick on his head, and right before Mewtwo is gassed, he's like, "Run!" And Tim's like, "No," and um, you can see Mewtwo and Howard start to struggle like identically, and
They're
then
pouring the
they
serum R into Mewtwo's into his orb that he's in, and it's just taking over Mewtwo. But it takes a whole lot of it to really take over Mewtwo, and then all of a sudden Howard just faints in his chair, and then the orb, or I mean, the thing on Mewtwo's head turns red, and Mewtwo just starts smiling on the inside of the orb. And Tim is looking at Howard, and now he's looking over at Mewtwo, and Mewtwo is walking out of the pod, and he's using his 2 feet. He's like, the transfer has worked. My body is in the chair, but my mind is in Mewtwo. So it's at this point we find out that Dr. Howard was behind this along with his son. And the one way to beat cancer and to not feel so like restrained anymore in this, he's transferred everything into a Pokemon so he can be immortal. Right, Doug?
Yeah, yeah. Um, so basically, him via Mewtwo is like explaining all this, and he's like, all your father had to do was take the money and keep his mouth shut and walk away. But then he started asking questions, and Tim's like, "You tried to kill him," and Mewtwo's like, "I had no choice."
I had to
He
stop
tracked
him.
he tracked the R, and no, he tracked the R from the battles back to Dr. Laurent, which was gonna um
Then
come back to me, and I couldn't have that. And Tim tries to run, and he stops him.
he's like he helped Mewtwo escape, but it was you and Pikachu that led me back to Mewtwo. And then it's at that point he sends out like a little thunder shock around Tim, and Tim is like, ah! And we switch scenes, and now we are out at the site of the parade in Ryme City, and the parade is getting ready to start. And you see a whole bunch of people, news reporters interviewing. We see um what what was that guy's name? The lieutenant. We see the lieutenant from the beginning of the movie. He has his Traco, and we see Lucy running through in the reporter jacket that she just stole from that reporter, and she's like,
No,
"What's up?"
he gave it to her.
Well, she stole it. I mean, yeah, she gave it to her, but she was supposed to hold it and go get coffee, not run off with
She's
it.
holding it on her person.
And she runs over to a Ryme City police officer, and she's like, I have an interview with the mayor. And they're like, all right, go on through. And she's like, Mr. Mayor, I need to speak with you. And he's like, it's a little late for interviews. And she's like, please. She's like, oh, crap. And all of a sudden, we see Roger walk up on the stage right
Podium.
yeah, on the podium, over where the mayor was just walking, and Lucy sees him and she just starts walking away. But it's too late because Roger has seen Lucy. Doug.
And we're back in the office, and um, Mewtwo has restrained Tim, and he's like, "This was never the plan. I found a path forward for." I mean, he basically explains this whole thing, and he's like, "The R controls the Pokemon, and as long as the Pokemon are in a crazed state, problem because the R takes care of that, and the R is gonna take care of that." And
Basically, what he's
Tim,
saying is the only way to get into or to put your mind into the body of the Pokemon have to be vulnerable, and the only way to make them vulnerable is by giving them Serum R. And while they're in that crazed state, is the perfect time because they can't control themselves. So that's the way that he has transferred himself into Mewtwo.
and we find out that the balloons are loaded with R. That was what was in the tanks that were filling up the balloons as they were walking into the building when they first got back into town.
Yes.
And, Mewtwo, sends Tim flying in the opposite direction, and he floats down from the high rise, and he's like, "People of Ryne City, I have finally discovered a cure." not just for me, for all of humanity. And then he basically says what he said earlier to Tim and Pikachu about Pokemon being able to evolve into better versions of themselves.
And he's like, and now so can you. Humans and Pokemon merged into one. And then it's at this point he starts setting off all the capsules inside of all of these balloons in the parade. It starts filling the entire city with R. And everyone that's around, everyone is running, they're coughing, and it's putting both humans and Pokemon into such a crazed state. And then you just hear, don't breathe it in, don't breathe it in. And all the Pokemon are going wild. And at this point, Roger is looking on and he's like, oh, this is perfect. And you have the police officer, he's like, this is Yoshida requesting backup. And then he looks over and freaking Snubble has sniffed the serum that's been in the air and Snubble's trying to bite Yoshida. Mewtwo is now taking everybody's body that has sniffed the serum and is now transferring all humans into the bodies of Pokemon. He's taking everybody, and he's like, everybody is going to become Pokemon. And Lucy's running through. She's like, "Don't breathe the gas! No, don't breathe the gas! Don't breathe it!" And Mewtwo is just using its psychic power, and anybody it touches with its psychic power, if they have breathed in the serum, they are being transferred into the closest Pokemon that's right next to them, and everyone is just coughing. You see Psyduck is coughing. Lucy has officially breathed in or inhaled all of the toxins, and she just gets transferred right over into Psyduck. And then you see a cameraman drop to the ground, and Mewtwo just flies all the way up into the sky. And Doug, we're getting ready to get to the big part in this movie, and I'm gonna have you take over on the part in the parade where Pikachu's like, "Man, this is the worst parade I have ever seen."
Yeah, so Pikachu basically walks into town. He's like, "This is the damnedest parade I've ever seen," and Psyduck Lucy, sees Pikachu, and Pikachu like immediately is like, "Lucy, are you in there?" And Psyduck's like, "Yeah," and he's like, basically, Psyduck is basically filling him in with all that's happened, and he's like, "Well, shit, this kind of discovery off of the front page," and he's like, "Well, now I've got to stop this." So he like climbs on top of one of the vans, and he climbs onto a
Gengar
Gengar
balloon.
balloon, and he's like, "Okay, one little spark can start all this," and he's like psyching himself up, and he rubs his cheeks, and he's like, "Plah!" and he sets off the balloon with a thunder shock, and he goes launching towards Harry is the dad's name. God damn it!
Harry, yes.
And he goes launching towards Mewtwo, and Mewtwo's like, "Harry's Pikachu," and he's like bound.
You think you can stand in the way of the future? I am the future.
I am the law. And Mewtwo launches an energy ball, and Pikachu counters with Electro Ball, and he gets knocked into a Pikachu balloon, and Pikachu's like bouncing.
Such a knockoff Pikachu balloon. They couldn't get a better Pikachu balloon for this movie.
That's what you're worried about.
Yes.
And basically, Pikachu is using his electricity to travel, and he lands on a flock of birds flying down the building. And Harry wakes up in the office, and he's like, "Pikachu's back."
Tim wakes up.
Yeah. And he sees that Mewtwo is in hot pursuit of Pikachu, and he looks over and he sees um
He sees
God
Mewtwo just right on the tail of Pikachu, who is flying on one of the birds in the city, and Tim looks over and he looks over at Howard, and he's like the Neuralink, and he just looks behind him and he hears some thumping inside of the door, and he opens the door, and Roger was inside of the door and he's tied up, and he's like,
crucially
"What's up?"
crucially he's not wearing sunglasses.
No, not at all. But he
And
falls out. But this makes no sense because he was just in the city. So Tim sees him, and Roger has tape over his mouth, and he takes the tape off and he's like, "Behind you!" And then all of a sudden we see another guy with sunglasses, and that looks like Roger himself, and there he's like, "What? Whoa! There's two!" And then out of nowhere, we see Roger transform into that girl that we saw at the beginning of the movie, which was the assistant that brought him over to Howard in the first place, or Howard Clifford. And we find out that it's been Ditto all along, and Ditto, even when the sunglasses are removed, which is what Ditto does while he's in the form of the girl, the eyeballs are not right. He's like,
right,
you're a Ditto," and Ditto's like, "Ditto," and then he turns into a Loudred, and Loudred uses one of its screaming noises and just pushes down Tim, and we're back outside on a Pidgeot and Pikachu, and Mewtwo is trying to take down.
steer
What's up?
trying to steer the Pidgeot and it's not going well.
No, not at all. He uses one of his Cyballs and just throws it right over at Pidgeot, and just barely misses it. You would think that Mewtwo would be controlling this ball with its psychic power to hit Pidgeot, but he can't.
He's
And
caught up in the moment.
we go back inside of Howard Clifford's office where Tim is, and it's at this point that Ditto transforms into Lucy, but the eyes are not right. Doug?
Right. And then this is when Tim's like, "Oh, well, that's that's dirty pool, but I'm not afraid to I'm not afraid to hit a woman that I
Has beady
I
eye
might
version of a woman.
hit that I'm sort of attracted to." And Lucy kicks his ass, and
She
then
just punches the shit out of him.
we're back outside, and we're getting close to a cloud of R, and Pikachu's like, "All right, you're good, don't breathe the gas." And they go right through it, and Pikachu goes, "You breathed the gas, didn't you?" And Pidgeot starts going haywire against the building.
And Pikachu drops off of Pidgeot on the top of the building and floats into four different satellite dishes until it's officially just sitting in one. But for some reason, Pikachu must weigh a lot. Like I said, this is not a small Pikachu. And
No,
Pikachu loosens up one of the satellites on the top of this building, and the satellite goes flying down the side of the top side of the building, and just falls right off the building and falls onto the building that was next to it, and Pikachu lands on top of another building and is basically knocked out. And it's at this point we're back inside of Howard Clifford's office, where Roger is trying to break himself free of the of the tape that's all around.
tape.
Yeah, duct tape that's all around his wrist. And Tim is like, you know what? Forget this. I'm just gonna go and try to hit this Ditto that's pretending to be Lucy. And he picks up a lamp and he tries to hit Ditto, and Ditto is like, "You're not about to hit me." So it shrinks down into Ditto form, comes back up as a Machamp, and this is where we get Mewtwo right behind Dr. Clifford, in the who is passed out in his wheelchair, And Mewtwo is like, finish him, Ditto. And then it's at this point, just boom, right? Just Machamp just punches Tim straight in the stomach. And Tim kind of flies back and flies out of the window, but he's barely holding on to the side of the window. And now he's just hanging. And if he falls, he is going to fall to his death. Doug.
The Ditto comes over and he transforms himself into a Cubone, and he takes his club and he just goes dink, 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 dink on
What a
Tim's finger.
jackass.
On Tim's fingers, and he lets go of one hand, and he's hanging out, and he sees Pikachu on the building below, and he's like, Pikachu, wake up, god damn it. And um this is when Mewtwo floats in front of Pikachu's view of Tim, and Mewtwo goes, Harry's son is finished. And Pikachu's like, no, Tim said the Volt Tackle was my best move, so let's do this battle thing right. And he gets up ahead of steam, and he uses a Volt Tackle, and it just knocks Mewtwo straight into the building, which is ridiculous. How is a Volt Tackle going to take a Mewtwo off its feet?
I mean, if we're in like the real world of Pokemon, Harry's Pikachu should be a little bit of a higher level than this Mewtwo, because Mewtwo is only what, maybe a week, 2 weeks old, like in the real world now. So I mean, yeah, his level has been going up, but Harry's Pikachu should be a little stronger than this Mewtwo at this point. Still,
Yeah, but Mewtwo was made in a lab.
true, true. And then we're back over where Cubone is getting ready to hit the rest of Tim's fingers, because Tim is just holding on by one hand outside of this window, and Roger just comes right over with the bottom of a lamp and just whacks the mess out of out of Ditto, who is who is in the form of Cubone, and Cubone goes, Cubone, and just flies out of the window. And Roger's like, give me your hand, give me your hand. And he pulls Tim back into the building. So it's at this point, he's like, what kind of Ditto was that? And Roger's like, that's one of my father's genetic experiments. And then they're just walking out. And then it's from this point that we get a bravery. So and we
And
get
it's heading straight for Roger, and Roger's like, oh my god. And right at the moment of impact, it transforms into, I'm assuming that's a Buffalette, or is that a Tauros? If that's a Tauros, I fucking quit.
no, that's a Buffalin, and then it
Okay.
transforms into a Charizard, and Charizard is trying to take out Tim by trying to bite its head off, but he
Yes,
accidentally
because
sets off some of the Serum R. Doug?
yes. And Roger got knocked out by the Buffalette. He hit like a metal lamp or something. And like you said, Charizard accidentally knocked one of the hoses of R loose, and Tim kind of controls it to incapacitate the Ditto. You see the Ditto kind of does like a Wicked Witch of the West. I'm melting, and it like transforms into all the Pokemon it used to try to attack Tim earlier. So it like goes, between a Buffalette and a Machamp and a
Mr. Mime.
Loudron and a
So we clearly see that all of the Pokemon that Tim has encountered was not by accident. It was this Ditto, which was probably why Mr. Mime in the beginning of the movie didn't say Mr. Mime. It didn't talk at all. I mean, it could have been this Ditto, which I'm starting to think was this Ditto to lead Tim down this path of where he went down.
oh, damn. Didn't even think of that.
Yeah, he was literally all the Pokemon that Tim had encountered in this movie when he was going crazy.
Son of a bitch.
So, all right, Doug, I'm going to hand this over to you. Mewtwo has gone over and has grabbed Pikachu in this never-ending battle that they are in right now.
Yeah, so Mewtwo has Pikachu by the scruff of the neck. And they fly up, and Mewtwo says, it's been a feeble effort. Don't you know a Pikachu cannot defeat a Mewtwo in battle?" Which is basically what I've been saying. And he's got him, and he just
Pikachu gives like the line of the movie.
He goes, "Didn't need to defeat you. I just needed to distract you." And Mewtwo's like, "Distract me?" And he looks at the office, and he sees Tim, and oh shit! And then we see Tim take the headgear off of Howard, which obviously then disconnects the Mewtwo as well. It's kind of a dumb move because,
what if that would have killed
well, right.
him?
And, Mewtwo essentially switches off in midair.
Yes.
So he starts to fall. And,
and since he had Pikachu, Pikachu's now falling in midair as well, and they're both falling towards the ground. And all of a sudden, Mewtwo kind of comes to because Pikachu was going to hit this ground before Mewtwo was, but Mewtwo ends up catching Pikachu with its psychic attack and just gently puts Pikachu down on the ground. Doug?
And Tim comes out of the building and he says, "Are you okay?" And Pikachu says what he said earlier. He's like, "I'm sorry I pushed you away just when you needed me." And Tim's like, "I'm happy you're back." And he calls him partner, and Pikachu's ears perk up, and Pikachu turns to Mewtwo and says, "Please tell me you can fix this mess." And Mewtwo says, "I will fix what has been done." He floats up, and he does this big, energy wipe, and it disintegrates all the balloons, and
it evaporates all the Serum R.
It separates all the Pokemon from the people, and Yoshida's looking around, and Psyduck and Lucy separate, and Lucy says, "Let's never do that again."
And Psyduck is like, "Yeah, Psyduck." And Lucy's kind of just looking around and looking up, and everybody in the town is separating from their Pokemon at this point, and everyone's kind of confused. They're all looking at the parade. We jump to the next scene where Howard Clifford is being arrested, and we jump over to Tim and Roger, which we find out Roger is not a bad guy at all. He's like, the strange thing is that my father had his flaws, but deep down, he's like, I blame myself for not being there for him. He's like, you were working this story, weren't you? And he looks over at Lucy. He's like, had a lead on it before anyone else knew, right? And she's like, that's correct. He's like, right, you're going on camera. I want you to give an in-depth report to CNM tonight, prime time. And make sure you close with Roger Clifford pleads to undo all the harm. Pledges to undo all the harm that his father has done, starting with the Pokemon he experimented on.
And Lucy looks at Tim like, "How about that shit?" And they're like having a moment. And Psyduck is being happy with Pikachu, and Pikachu's like, "All right, this is fun." He hugs him, and he's like, "I hope we never see each other again." And Lucy's like, "I'll see you tonight." And Tim's like, "I was just a boner." And he's like, "How about that shit? I saved the day, and I
get the
girl." And Pikachu's like, "Way to go, Tim." And this is when Mewtwo floats back down into frame, and he says, "There's one last thing I need to fix."
And
Tim's like, "My father."
And Mewtwo is like, the father that you have been looking for has been with you all along. And we get the big, and Pikachu's like, what is he talking about? And Tim is like, he's like, I don't understand. And he looks down at Pikachu, and Pikachu is looking up at him, and he gets down to Pikachu's level. And they're both looking at each other. And he looks up at Mewtwo, and Mewtwo does his thing where he's injecting his memory back into Pikachu and Tim at the same time. And this is where we find out in the accident that that what Mewtwo ended up doing was he's like, you've done well, Pikachu. Humanity is evil. He's like, but you have shown me that not all humans are bad. And then he's like, Harry Goodman, your Pikachu offers its body to save your mind. He's like, there is a sun. With the sun's return, I can repair the father. He's like, your memory will be gone, but your heart will know who you are. And it's at this point he takes the soul out of out of Tim's dad, puts it inside of Pikachu, and Pikachu's memory is then wiped at that point. But his father is what leads him to the truth of everything to save the world. Doug.
Then we're back into present day, and Tim's kind of looking. He's like, "What the fuck?" And Pikachu starts to transform, and then we fade to white, and um, we see that we're at the train station, and Tim is sitting on a bench, and he's kind of looking off, and then we see Pikachu pick up, and he's got his hat back, which
Yes.
apparently we're keeping track of, and we hear "Hey kid," and you think, "Oh, it's Pikachu," and Tim looks and he sees Pikachu, and then he sees somebody standing next to him, and it pans up, and who's standing there but goddamn Ryan Reynolds?
Yes, looking like a straight up dad. I can see,
Just yeah,
I can see him looking like that, like in real life, like no makeup or anything, like that. That's the way that he is. Do you think he wears glasses?
I think he does because in that soccer documentary, anytime he's on camera, I think he has glasses.
Okay, all right.
Um, and so Tim goes up to him and he says, "Rams will meet you at the train station when you arrive." And
He's like, I'll see you.
they stand there for a second, and
They,
Reynolds kind of gives them the eyebrows, and then they hug.
well, they handshake first,
And
and
they,
then and he's like, you know what? No, come on over. And they hug. Tim is about to cry, and it's at this point after they hug, Tim is like, you know what? Can I stay? And his dad just looks back and he gets this big old smile. He's like, well, of course, because his dad was looking hella sad for a moment as Tim was walking over towards this train. And that's kind of how we end this movie, Doug.
yeah, and they're walking away, and it was like, well, because Harry, or no, Tim asked Harry if he wants a cup of coffee, and he's like, yeah, kind of all I've been thinking about is a cup of coffee, and and they're walking away, and we're fading up and out, and Tim's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to find a new job, and um, Harry's like, oh, do you have anything in mind? And um,
Tim is
Tim's
like,
like, do you think I could give detective work a try? And Pikachu goes, Pikachu, and I think he likes it.
and then
And then
we fade to black, and that's the end of Detective Pikachu.
and we get some pretty nifty looking credits, which we're not gonna break down because we've had your attention long enough, but
For real.
just know that there's a bunch of different like animation styles, and of course you get the like the Pokemon like walking music, and well, it's the battle music, I guess. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's the movie, everybody. And we hope you liked it as much as we did. So, Doug, it's now time for that definitive question because I know what I'm about to give it because I've been thinking about this long and hard, and I got a definitive star rating for this. But what would you give this movie out of 5?
Oh, this movie,
You want me to go
it's
first?
the it. Yeah, you go first.
I'm a
Yeah, you go first.
as fast as this movie went and how in depth they went and how they closed this movie out, and basically if this is just a one-off movie, which I don't think it's going to be. I think it might get a sequel at some point. If this is just a one-off, I'm going to give this movie a 5. And I'm going to tell you why. This the art in this movie was phenomenal. The way that they intertwined Pokemon into the real world and the story behind it. And even though they moved a little quick, and I think the Blu ray probably could have had an extra 20 minutes worth of a movie, and still probably wouldn't have told everything that they could have told in this movie. It's just they left it open for a sequel. He got his dad back. They tied every last thing together in this movie, like I told you before. Even Ditto's interaction when it was going crazy in this movie transformed into every single Pokemon that Harry, I mean not that Harry, that Tim had seen throughout this entire movie. And it's just like the little details. They did such a phenomenal job in this movie that I would have to say this is the first movie I'm going to give them a 5-star rating.
I'm going to take everything that you just listed. I'm going to hang on to one specific thing because you said you don't think this is a standalone movie. You think eventually they're gearing up for a sequel, and sequels tend to lead to franchises. I think it's because of that and because of the strong start that they got off to here. I'm going to say that there's always room for improvement. So I'm going to say a 4.5.
Okay.
It's a heavy 4.5. And if it gets far enough down the line where we're like, you know what, it's probably not going to get a sequel, I might, I might come back in and amend it. But for right now, and for the fact that yes, they tied everything up, like they didn't leave you with a cliffhanger. I don't believe there was anything in the credits.
I have the credits playing in the background right now just to see if there's anything after all the artwork. So I'm gonna hold you on to that for just a moment, and I will let you know.
Yeah,
But
I tried to do a quick scrub to see if I could catch anything because usually if something's happening you can see, but I didn't see anything. So I'm gonna say they didn't leave you with any like cliffhangers or post credits scene that might lead you to think. But it's also you got to realize that this movie came out in 2019. That's going on 4 years.
yes.
Um, if there was gonna be a sequel, I think we would know something a little more about it. Um,
And I'm
not saying that.
I'm gonna say that this is the movie because Netflix has signed on and they have been filming for the past year and a half a live action Pokemon series for Netflix. And I'm thinking that this movie catapulted that, which is why I think this movie might end up getting a sequel at some point.
Right. So that leads more credence into the fact that I'm going to give this a 4.5 because if you and I mean I'm not saying you're wrong with your 5, but my thought process is if I give the original a 5, then the sequel has to be better because if it's not, then it's worse. Then that means it gets knocked down.
Are are
So if I
are sequels really ever any better than the original?
some can be,
Yeah.
and you can make an argument about I mean, I'm not going to sit here for another half an hour and list sequels that I think are better. I mean, I could, but nobody paid money for me to go off of a list in my head. Um, but yeah, I'm confident with my 4.5.
Okay.
Something really has to knock me off my feet to get a 5. And as beautiful as the movie was, especially the scene in the um fucking Pokemon that I can never remember.
Which one? Buffalo?
Uh, no, the one with the T,
The one with
the Tor- Tor-
Torterra?
Torterra. That whole scene was breathtaking,
Yes.
and some of the other animation and the like I said earlier, Ryan Reynolds was a joke machine, and you know they didn't really lean into the will they won't they with Tim and Lucy until the very end when it's like, oh yeah, they're gonna smash. Um, and he resisted the urge to actually put Ryan Reynolds on screen until like the last 5 minutes. And yeah, I mean, like I say, I'm confident in my 4.5.
Okay. Well, that being said, thank you everybody. So if you're hearing this ending, you are one of our Patreon subscribers, and I thank you for subscribing on Patreon. Hopefully, we keep you after this because you're looking at Patreon and you're like, man, there is so much more over here on Patreon than there is over on the free feed, which is the incentive, everybody. So I hope
Mm-hmm.
I hope we're keeping you. And this is another movie that we can click that check mark on. Thank you again for listening to this because you got a whole nother I'm sure it'll be toned down, but basically an extra hour and 40 minutes of a podcast. So dude, we have done close to this is almost a 5 hour long podcast.
Damn.
So, because I know the first one was like 2.5 hours. You tack on an extra like hour and 40 minutes. I mean, we're tailing there. So, but yeah, it's this was long, but it's warranted, and that's the thing, everybody. We wanted to make sure that you got your money's worth. I hope that we didn't bore you at all. Hopefully, we did a really good job going over this movie for you. Doug, do you have anything that you would like to add so we don't keep our audience any longer than what they have been listening to this?
Yeah, I mean, you knew what you were getting into when you clicked on this. We weren't going to break down an hour and a half movie in 45 minutes. Um, we do appreciate you sticking with us. Um, we hope that we gave you value for your money this month. We enjoyed doing it. Um, yeah, we've got of course we've got an eye on what we're thinking for next year. I mean, nothing too serious because that's a year away. But um,
If you guys are listening to this, go ahead and suggest some stuff, and we will take into consideration, because honestly this movie was suggested to us by a couple Patreon users, and that is why we did this movie. So your input lets us know what you want to hear, and we take all that into consideration, right, Doug?
absolutely, if you're a Patreon subscriber, get in the comments if you've got something that we haven't covered, you think would be good value for the people. We're all ears because I know I really hadn't thought about Detective Pikachu until it was suggested to us, and here we are at the tail end of that, and this was extremely successful. So By all means, if you've got ideas, shout them out in the comments.
Absolutely. So that being said, let's not keep them any longer than what we need to, though. Do you have anything else that you would like to say, Doug, right before we sign off?
I hope that everyone that's hearing this has enjoyed their holiday. Thank you for allowing us to be part of it, and many successes in the year ahead.
Absolutely, everybody. And I would like to say that as well. Happy holidays to all of you, because not all of you that listens to our show celebrate Christmas. And I want to make sure to be sensitive to those who don't celebrate Christmas. So happy holidays to everybody. And that being said, go ahead and say goodbye, Doug.
Hi, Doug.
And this is Professor Chris G telling all of you we will be back to our normal broadcasting schedule as of next week, which is 2023, everybody. I cannot believe I'm saying that. But we will be back to our normal schedule as of next week. So stay tuned, everybody, and I will see you on the other side. Have a good night, everyone.